There you go, Clint.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hey, welcome everybody to Table Read Tuesdays. I'm really, really excited for tonight. We are reading Natural Born Killers. This is one of my favorite movies of all time. The Desert Island movie. I believe it's a movie that you can watch hundreds of times and keep coming back and finding new, better thing. I think it's visually, I think it's the one of the highest art films ever made. It tells a really compelling human story in a way that I don't think most people ever really talk about. um, and it was written by Quentin Tarantino, so I'm looking forward to punchy dialogue, um, plot twists, um, and I'm looking forward to seeing what was changed, because I've seen the Oliver Stone version, I would say, 100 times. But this is a really interesting story. It's a very satirical story about society's fascination with serial killers, death, and murder. And if you don't get satire, this movie will seem very uh, dark. But if you can kind of look back and have use this story to peel back the or to shine a mirror up to society, I think it does a very good job of how the media sensationalizes murder and death. And I mean, it's not even just in serial killers. It's something that always happens, whether it's school shooters, whether it's war. The world is coming to an end, and our news outlet sources use that as a way to sell, not inform. And so that's why this story is super dear to my heart. I'm really excited for it. I hope you guys enjoy it. We're running on a super lean crew tonight. So we're going to be at least 20 characters each. So I hope you guys enjoy.
And we can introduce ourselves after.
Oh, we can
Okay.
do it now in case I don't stay.
Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
That's a good point.
Who would you like to go first, Clint? You're the
Let
host.
us yeah, as it appears on my screen, let's talk to the woman in the black hat. Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actor. I'm a voice actor. I'm a writer. I'm a freelance journalist, and I'm an independent filmmaker from Lethbridge, Alberta. Tonight, I will be reading the character of Skagnetti. And recent projects that I've been doing, I've recently written a short called Caregiver for an audio series slash podcast called Renewal, a Star Trek fan production, and it's currently casting on Casting Call Club. If anybody wants a link, please ask me. It's also posted on my Instagram, Heather Lee Cameron. I was also involved in filming a film that's going to air from December 15th through 30th. It's called Robin the Hood, a Wild West adventure, and I play Mrs. Ryder Mona, and I'm also part of the ensemble. Tickets are now available through Results Entertainment, and it's like donation, and it's a wonderful cause. It's for Food Banks Canada and Feeding America. And another project that came out today, I'm also part of the newsroom for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Canada. And an article I wrote came out today that's promoting Dr. David Campbell's film called Low. It talks about the struggles that homeless individuals have, especially with health and diabetes and different things. So please check out those things that I've talked about. Links to them can be found on my Instagram, which is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm happy to post a link in the chat after if people ask for it.
Got a lot going on.
Yeah, I do. I'm always working. I'm also working for newspapers right now. Work is medicine, work is life.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
always looking for work, so please hire me.
Hopefully your work's got a little bit of codeine in it.
Work,
Just kidding.
work,
Tough
you know
joke.
what? Work is medicine, work is life, work keeps me healthy and young. It's wonderful. And
All
I
right.
also recently turned 36 on November 23rd. So yay.
Nice. Dang, we're literally 10 days apart. That's pretty crazy. Who would have known
Oh,
that?
really?
Anyways, now we're gonna move on to Vicky Dykes.
Hello, I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta. I'm an actress, yoga enthusiast, and tonight I will be playing Mallory McCluskey and a variety of other people.
All right, and Kat.
Hi there, I'm Kat Wilson and living in Gig Harbor, Washington. I've had a variety of interesting life career choices, mostly in environmental education and teaching elementary school. Currently, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I'm excited to read action and descriptions this evening, as well as a host of some minor characters.
A lot of minor characters and a lot of action descriptions. And Aaron.
Hello, I'm Erin Lillis. You can find me on erinlillis.com. I'm a voice actor, most known for the No Sleep podcast. I'm in the voice actor ensemble there. That's about what's current. That's what's out now. If you play, Solitaire Stories on Apple Arcade, I play a paranormal investigator there, and I believe they just dropped a new story in that line. Anyway, so paranormal investigator and solitaire, try it. Anyway,
Yeah.
That's me. I'll be playing Wayne tonight and a number of small characters.
All right. And last but not least, she's got a voice as soothing as Bob Ross himself, the female version, Angel Peterson.
I just need my fancy wig. And
Yeah.
then
Happy little scripts. We're just reading happy little scripts.
yeah, little in the happy little faces that I'm one of 6. So I'm Angel Peterson. I'm one of the people who put on Table Read Tuesday from the start.
You're the mother.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I don't know how to actually turn myself up, but maybe that'll work. I don't. I'm a mostly stage actor. But I've also done screen acting. I have not done voice acting, but I'm also a screenwriter and video
good.
editor. So
She edited my first movie reel. Everyone, you
Yeah.
should hear her.
Yeah, she's been doing a bunch of YouTube videos now that she's been putting together, which are pretty exciting. Well, anyways, with that, I just want to give you all one brief bit of trivia before we move on to the movie.
Did you promote yourself?
No.
Please.
Clint?
My name's Clint Monroe. Been going through a transformation of sorts. I've been dealing with a lot of health problems recently that have had me down. But I've been, biding my time and trying to get ready to start life up again. After my brief stint in jumping into the television and film industry, I realized that I don't really have the time or the patience to sit around and wait for 15 to 20 years to tell the stories that I think need to be told. So I'm taking a different route, taking a new approach, and I'm going to get them made whether people like it or not. And if I got to finance them myself, I'll finance them myself. But I'm starting a new road, and I'm excited for this new chapter in my life. For anybody out there who's dealing with mental health issues or mental illness, it's possible to turn your mind into an ally. It's possible to turn your thoughts around and think your way out of the box that you're in right now and see the huge, bright, vibrant, expansive world that is this place, and to see how many resources are there to help you fulfill your dreams. It's crazy. I mean, there are so many people out there that want you to be your best you, and it makes them feel good inside to help you. So with that, let's get started, because this is going to tickle me pink as one of my favorite movies. I am a huge fan of satire, whether it's South Park, Mark Twain, Bret Easton Ellis, or this. So with that, let's roll. Natural Born Killers.
Natural Born Killers by Quentin Tarantino, November 1990, revised third draft for educational purposes only. Fade into the interior coffee shop day, a coffee shop somewhere in New Mexico. Mickey Knox, his back turned to us, is sitting at the counter finishing a meal. We hear the ping, bang of a pinball machine being played off screen. Mabel, a waitress, comes over and fills Mickey's coffee cup.
What kind of pie you have?
Apple, pecan, cherry, and key lime.
And what do you recommend?
Well, the key lime is great, but it's an acquired taste.
No, I haven't had key lime in 10 years.
When you had it, did you like it?
Nah, but that doesn't mean much. I was a completely different person 10 years ago. Then let's give me a key lime pie. Wait, let's give a key lime a day in court and a large glass of milk.
Mabel turns to her right.
Should I make that 2 pieces?
Camera pulls back and we see for the first time Mallory Knox, Mickey's wife, sitting on a counter stool next to him. Her back is to the camera as well.
Nada, Rosie.
My name's not Rosie. It's Mabel.
Mabel exits the frame.
Whatever.
Mallory hops from the stool, walks over and grabs the jar next to the cash register. Then dumping out the coins on the counter, she selects a quarter.
Wait, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Mallory saunters past a cowboy playing pinball. As his eyes follow Mallory, he loses his ball. She walks to the jukebox in the back, inserts a quarter, selects a song, punches the buttons. A needle lands on a record, and a good God almighty rockabilly tune cuts through the coffee shop. Mabel brings Mickey his pie and milk.
She ought not to be doing that. That's for Jerry's kids, not rock and roll.
Camera moves around to a close-up of Mickey. This is the first time we see him. As he takes a bite of green pie,
I can't take her anymore.
Mallory starts doing a slow, seductive fandango around the coffee shop. She's really cooking and smoking. Pinball Cowboy and Mabel are starting to wonder just who the hell these people are. Mickey isn't paying much attention. He's too busy enjoying his pie and milk. Exterior coffee shop day. A dirty pickup truck, sporting a Confederate flag decal, pulls up to the coffee shop. Sonny, Otis, and Earl, 3 tough-looking rednecks, pile out. Steam rises from beneath the pickup's hood.
Oh, goddamn, this sumbitch is running hot. Y'all go inside. I'm going to check her out.
Interior coffee shop day. The loudness of the rockabilly song slaps Sonny and Otis in their faces as they walk inside the door. The sexy sight of Mallory doing the U-bang stops them in their tracks. Good God almighty, what the hell is that?
That's a bitch out of hell, son.
Otis and Sonny exchange looks. Take a run at her, kiddo. Otis heads towards Mallory. Sonny moves over to the counter next to Mickey. Miller, Mabel.
Coming up.
Otis stands in front of Mallory, trying to copy what she's doing. Her eyes are closed at the moment, so she doesn't see him. Mabel sets the Miller down in front of Sonny. Sonny takes a swig, enjoying the floor show. That's some sweet piece of meat, ain't it? Mickey turns from his pie and looks at Sonny. His expression betrays nothing.
Her name is Mallory.
The needle lifts off the record. The song ends. Mallory opens her eyes and sees Otis.
Hell's bells, don't stop now, sugar. I'm just getting warmed up.
Otis gives her his best shit-eating grin before turning to Sonny. Sonny gurgles at a laugh. I think she's sweet on you. Otis turns to Mallory as she punches him hard in the face, spinning him around. Sonny spews a mouthful of high life. Mallory grabs the back of Otis's head and smashes it down on the counter, cracking the linoleum. Otis buckles, dropping to his knees. Sonny jumps off the counter stool, but Mickey's hand clutches hold of his shoulder. Sonny spins around towards Mickey, loaded for bear, and points his finger at him threateningly. Before any threat can be made, Mickey whips a large buck knife out from a sheath and in a flash slices off Sonny's finger. Sonny's finger drops on his boot. He grabs his aching hand. Blood flows from the wound.
Just because my woman's mopping the floor with your buddy, no reason for you to join in.
Mickey makes 5 lightning-quick slashing swings. The buck knife slips back into its sheath. At first, there seemed to be no difference with Sonny. Finally, blood flows from the slices made in his face and chest. Sonny collapses. The short order cook charges out of the kitchen at Mickey, wielding a meat cleaver and screaming. Mickey whips out a .45 automatic from a shoulder holster inside his jacket and fires. Bullets point of view. Heading fast towards short order cook's face, it hits. Back to scene. Short order cook puts his hands to his face and falls to the ground, screaming. Mickey spots Earl, who's standing outside the plate glass window. Earl's watched the whole shebang. Earl mouths and turns and runs for it. Mickey hurls his knife through the plate glass window, which shatters. The knife plunges deep into Earl's back, and he hits the ground, dead. Mickey turns to Mallory. She's sitting on top of Otis, slamming his head repeatedly on the floor.
Honey.
Mallory looks up at Mickey. She gets off of Otis and moves to Mickey's side. Mickey trains his .45 on Pinball Cowboy, who's shaken in his cowboy boots. Mickey aims at Mabel, who's clutching her coffee pot, crying.
Big one.
Mallory does eeny, meeny, miny, mo, pointing back and forth from Mabel to Pinball Cowboy.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a nigger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. My mom told me to pick the best one, and you are it.
She ends pointing at Mabel. Mabel's crying, and she screams,
No.
Mickey fires the .45. The bullet chinks through the coffee pot Mabel's holding and explodes, thunking her in the chest. She hits the floor, dead. Mickey and Mallory join hands and walk over to the Pinball Cowboy, who stands in a pool of his own urine.
When you tell people what went on here, tell them Mickey and Mallory Knox did this. Understand?
Pinball Cowboy nods yes. The two killers plant a big wet kiss on each other's mouths. Then, holding hands, Mickey and Mallory walk out of the cafe. Credit sequence. And then interior Coup de Ville, moving day. Mickey and Mallory's in a flashy 68 Cadillac Coup de Ville. Dwayne Eddy's Rebel Rouser blares on the soundtrack. The background is an outrageous process shot. The titles splash over this image 50s style. When this sequence is over, we cut to black. End credit sequence. Over the black screen, we hear...
Send Scagnetti in here.
We fade into the interior police station Squarey's office day. Camera is positioned in the middle of the office. The door is in the middle of the frame. Jack Scagnetti flings the door open and steps inside Squarey's office. Squarey's never seen.
You wanted to see me, Captain?
Scagnetti, go up to interrogation room C. Dwight McCluskey, chairman of the prison board, is waiting to meet you. You're going to deliver 2 prisoners from the county jail to Nystrom Insane Asylum in Bakersfield.
This is bull crap. I'm a detective. You want an errand boy? Call Jerry Lewis.
Scagnetti spins around and leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. Captain Squarey shouts after him.
Jack!
Interior police station corridor day. Police Detective Scagnetti walks rapidly down the hallway, wearing an old, wrinkly black suit jacket. People walk by in the foreground and background. Scagnetti slips an already tied tie over his head. Interior interrogation room C, day. Dwight McCluskey, a man in his 50s, wearing a business suit, stands in the foreground reading a book with his back to the door. In the background, Scagnetti enters the room.
Jack Scagnetti, you wanted to see me?
McCluskey turns towards Scagnetti.
Well, congratulations on the Curtis Fox case, Scagnetti. You put an end to a nightmare. The ladies of this city can get to sleep again, and they have you to thank.
Thank you, sir.
Dwight McCluskey of the California Prison Board. Take a seat, please.
Scagnetti lowers into a chair in front of the interrogation table.
This is Damn good reading. I'm surprised Hollywood hasn't found you. This would make a better movie than that Serpico shit.
McCluskey puts the book down. We see the title, Curtis Fox, The Capture and Death of a Serial Killer, author Jack Scagnetti. McCluskey sits on the edge of the table facing Scagnetti. He lifts a file off the table and then tosses it in Scagnetti's lap.
I think you'll find that good reading as well. Mickey and Mallory's file. You familiar with them?
Scagnetti opens it. It's the files, reports, and photographs of Mickey and Mallory Knox. Scagnetti's face lights up.
Who wouldn't?
You been following the news coverage?
They've been separated since their incarceration in a couple of penitentiaries.
Susanville, so dad.
They've killed a crap load of inmates and guards.
5 inmates, 8 guards, and 1 psychiatrist, all in 1 year's time. Very good. You do keep up with the headlines.
Scagnetti nods.
Look, our situation in a nutshell is no prison wants him, no prison will take him. I'm even talking hell holes, where the warden's as hard as a bar of iron. No one wants those fucking assholes behind their walls, dealing with them day in, day out.
I can appreciate that.
So can we. So the solution, our little problem is we had them deemed crazy. And we're shipping them to Nystrom Asylum for the criminally insane.
Lobotomy Bay?
You've heard of it then?
So, how do I fit into this scheme?
The public loves you, Jack. You don't mind if I call you Jack, do you?
By all means.
You're a celebrated cop. 26 years on the force, bestseller out on paperback.
McCluskey grabs Scagnetti's book and reads from the back cover.
A modern day Pat Garrett, a hell-bent lawman with a deadly axe to grind with maniacs.
McCluskey lowers the book.
You're a breathing icon of justice, and that's why you were chosen to deliver Mr. and Mrs. Knox. We, the prison board, knows that once you get them on the road, if anything should happen, an escape attempt, an accident, a fire, anything, Jack Supercop Scagnetti would be there to look out for his public's best interests.
I see.
You write the script, Jack. Call it Showdown in Mojave. The extermination of Mickey and Mallory. Well, whatever. Have we found our man?
Hold on Scagnetti. We cut to the interior county jail cell block corridor, Scagnetti's POV day. McCluskey stands next to a big iron door. He bangs on it with his fist. We stay on Scagnetti's POV through this scene.
Pete, open it up. I'm coming through with a visitor.
A buzzer sounds. McCluskey opens a door and we follow him down the corridor. As soon as the door opens, we can hear a female voice singing the song Long Time Woman. McCluskey turns to Scagnetti as they walk.
Well, Jack, I'll tell you, in all my years with the penal institution, well, I'll tell you, there's no small number. Mickey and Mallory Knox are without a doubt the most twisted, depraved group of fucks it's ever been my displeasure to lay my eyes on. I mean, those 2 rat shits are a walking reminder of just how fucked up our system really is.
The song Long Time Woman is getting louder as they proceed.
Who's the songbird?
Mickey's better half herself, Mallory Knox. Oh, this little lady drowned her father in a fish tank.
Flashback to interior living room, close-up of home aquarium, night, with fish swimming around. Suddenly, Mallory's father's head is shoved into the tank. Cut back to the prison corridor, present day.
While the 2 together burned her mother alive in her bed.
Flashback to interior bedroom, medium close-up of Mallory's mother, night, lying asleep in bed, mouth open. What looks like a gas nozzle appears at the top of the frame, pouring gasoline all over her face. She coughs and gags. Camera pans up and we see Mickey holding a gas can. Close-up of Mallory with a lit match by her face, and she tosses it in front of her. We hear the sounds of Mallory's mother igniting. Cut back to still Scagnetti's POV, prison corridor present.
Why?
McCluskey's still walking ahead of us.
Because they wouldn't give them their blessing for marriage.
Ain't love grand?
McCluskey laughs.
Ain't love grand. That's a good one.
Still Scagnetti's POV. We look down from McCluskey to Mallory's file in our hands. It contains her picture and lists her color of hair, color of eyes, height, weight, race, etc. Beneath that is a column which reads psychiatric remarks. As we read the remarks, we hear a doctor's voice read aloud. When pressed about the reason for the murders, patient became hostile. Interior psychiatrist's office day. Looking trashy, wild, and animalistic, Mallory's a sex machine dressed in a prison gown. She sits in a chair looking directly at the camera.
I don't owe you an explanation. I don't owe you shit. I'm not here for your entertainment. If I don't tell you what you want to hear, what are you gonna do? Throw me in jail? I'm already there, you stupid pig fucker. I mean, you gonna give me some more time? I've already got life. You know, what else you got to threaten me with? Death? I'd like to see you fucking try. I haven't met one motherfucker here who's shown me shit.
Interior death row corridor, still on Scagnetti's POV. We look up from the file and see McCluskey's leaning against the cell door. We hear somebody singing, Long-Time Woman, inside the cell. We move to McCluskey, who, looking into the camera, gestures toward the cell.
Here she is. You know her. You love her. You can't live without her. Mallory Knox.
We pan from McCluskey to the inside of the cell where we see Mallory, her back to us, singing and dancing. Interior prison, Mallory Knox's cell day, close up of Mallory's face, singing Long-Time Woman.
99 years is a long, long time. Look at me, I will never be free. I'm a long-time woman. Hey, Knox, somebody out here wants to meet you.
Mallory just keeps on trucking.
Been working on the road now, been working by the sea, been working in the cane fields, and I want to be free.
Mallory's POV. We stare at McCluskey and Scagnetti for a second. Then, like a bull, we charge Dolly straight at them. Mallory screams off screen. We smash headfirst into the bars. Mallory's POV flings up, looking up at the ceiling, and then falls backward. Medium tight shot floor. Mallory falls into the frame, out cold. Close on Scagnetti through the cell bars.
Oh my goodness.
Camera pans over to close on McCluskey.
Don't worry about it. She does that all the time.
Back to Mallory on the floor, still unconscious with blood trickling down her scalp.
Follow me.
Interior prison corridor day. Camera is at the end of a long corridor. McCluskey and Scagnetti approach from the other end. Scagnetti's steadying the files. Bill Wurlitzer comes up from behind the two men. You ducking me, Dwight?
Hey, Phil, how the hell are you?
Oh, this son of a bitch is chairman of the prison board, but it's like pulling teeth to get him down to a prison.
The only reason I'm here now is to set him straight, and I'm on the next flight out. Jack, this is the superintendent of the jail, Phil Wurlitzer. He's the man who's got the power of the pen here.
Wurlitzer shakes hands with Scagnetti. Pleased to meet you, Jack. I read your book. I'm impressed. Good work on Curtis Fox.
Thanks.
And from now on, you'll be dealing with Phil. Now, he can answer all the questions you got about the arrangements. I'm going to be bidding you good luck and adieu in about 20 minutes. My flight back to Sacramento leaves LAX in an hour.
And I want you to know we're all going to cry river when you're gone. And they all laugh.
What's the traveling arrangements?
Well, Mickey and Mallory can't be together. So we'll put you on one of our prison buses and you'll take Mallory first. Then you'll come back for Mickey.
And where do you keep Mickey?
We got his stinking ass in the deepest, darkest cell in the whole place. But it just so happens that right now he's got a special visitor.
Who?
Wayne Gale.
Wayne Gale.
Interior Jail Visiting Area Day. Wayne Gale, a young, energetic commando journalist, a la Geraldo Rivera, and sitting in the visitor side of the county jail visiting area. Wayne is alone, and the visiting area is empty. Apparently, some arrangement was made for the visit. Wayne has a miniature tape recorder in his hand and is testing it.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Over. Mickey Knox meeting.
Wayne shuts off the recorder, rewinds, and plays it back. It works beautifully. He hits the record button and conceals the recorder in his sport coat pocket. The door opens on the prisoner's side, and Mickey Knox is led into the room by 2 sheriff's deputies. Mickey's wearing the county jail blue jumpsuit. He has a thick and wide leather belt around his waist with a metal ring built into each side. Long, sturdy chains with handcuffs on each end are wrapped across his body and through the rings, binding his arms to his sides. His hands and feet are double cuffed. The deputies both have their guns drawn, ready to blow Mickey in half at the slightest provocation. For a man wrapped and bound in chains, Mickey seems strangely in control of his environment. Even restrained as he is by the symbols of society, chains, jail, guards, guns, jumpsuit, he remains a dangerous, intimidating, and fascinating figure. Wayne takes in the image of Mickey.
Showtime.
Mickey's roughly shoved into his seat on the prisoner's side of the glass. The deputies move to their place off to the side by the wall.
Hello, Mickey. We've never been introduced, but I'm Wayne Gale. I don't know if you've ever heard of me or remember me. I was one of the reporters outside the courthouse during your trial.
Everybody knows you. You're famous.
Wayne pauses and retorts.
I could say the same thing about you. I want to thank you very much for seeing me.
Mickey is silent.
I have a television show. It's very popular. Every week we do a profile on a different serial killer. You don't mind if I call you a serial killer, do you?
Mickey shakes his head, no.
The episode we did on Mickey and Mallory was one of our most popular ones.
You ever do one on Wayne Gacy?
Yes.
Whose ratings were higher?
Yours.
How about Ted Bundy? Ever do one on him?
Yes. Yours got the larger Nielsen rating.
Wait, good. Yuppie piece of shit.
What I'd like to do,
How about Manson?
Manson beat you.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to beat the king.
We've been waiting to do a follow-up episode on you for a long time, and that time has definitely come. I feel it's apparent to anyone who's hip to what's going on that the prison board has thrown the Constitution straight out the fucking window. You and Mallory may be killers, but you're not insane. You belong in a prison, not an asylum. The prison board is blatantly railroading you into a hospital for the sole purpose of turning you into vegetables. Now, I am not one of those people. If we avert our eyes while they do this to you, we give them permission to do it again whenever they see fit. Today, they wipe clean your mind because they feel your actions are dangerous. Tomorrow, they wipe clean your mind because they feel what I say is dangerous. Where does it all stop?
No response from Mickey.
No problem, Mickey, is that you don't. My problem, Mickey, is that you don't exactly inspire empathy. I'm all alone on this. I need your help. I want what the prison board is doing to be the focus of our follow-up episode. Now, I have interviews with Chairman of the Prison Board, Dwight McCluskey, about this issue, and I'm telling you, Mickey, he looks bad. The 2 psychiatrists they use for the psychiatric kangaroo court won't talk to us, which always looks bad. I have an interview with both the judge of your trial, Bert Steinsma, and the psychologist and author, Emil Ranghold, both of which discount the notion that you're insane. You put that all together, and what the state is doing becomes obvious. But the network isn't satisfied. They feel the show needs another element. It needs you. In order to put the show on the air, I need to get an interview with you. You haven't talked to the press since before trial. Now, a few days before you get transferred to an asylum, you grant an interview on television with Wayne Gale. We're talking a media event here. Every son of a bitch out there with a TV set's going to tune into to see that. We'll make their motives so blatant, we'll shame them into dropping the whole thing, at least for a little while. Publicity would keep them from just giving you and Mallory lobotomies. What do you say?
You talked to Mallory about this?
She won't even see me, Mickey. Now you're supposed to know anything about what's going on with her, but I'm gonna tell you something. Since you two have been sentenced, Mallory hasn't spoken one word.
She don't talk?
Not to anybody. She sings.
She sings. What's she sing?
Songs. He's rebel, leader of the pack. Town without pity. That Dusty Springfield song, I Only Want to Be With You. That's what I hear anyway. Her behavior was the main thing the doctor's report used against you. So even if she could see me, even if she would see me, she won't. I couldn't put her on camera anyway. If I ask her, Mallory, are you insane? And she starts singing Dead Skunk in the middle of the road, that blows our whole case.
Mickey cracks a smile. The guards come over to take him away.
I'm mother effer.
They grab Mickey and jerk him from the chair. Wayne stands.
Wait a minute, Mickey, I need an answer.
Mickey doesn't respond. He just leaves with the guards.
Just think about it, but don't think too long.
Interior Mickey's cell day. Medium close-up of Mickey curled up by his bed, writing Mallory a letter.
Dearest Mallory, my cell's so cold. At night I get the chills. I pretend you're lying next to me, holding me from behind with your legs strapped over mine, and your arms wrapped tightly around me. I lie in my cell.
We dissolve to a wide shot of the cell behind Mickey, and we slowly dolly back.
And imagine kissing you. Not making love, just kissing for hours and hours on end. I remember everything about you. Every joke, everything I ever told you.
Close up on the letter being written.
Remember every secret we shared or revealed. I think shared is proper. I remember every single time you laughed.
Extreme close up on Mickey, mouthing the words as he writes. We can hear Mallory's laugh, a distant haunting echo.
I remember every meal we ate together. I remember you cooking. I especially remember those casseroles. Watching David Letterman.
We hear the echo of television laughter.
Remember driving fast. Faster, man. Fast behind the wheel like Coupe de Ville.
The sound of the Coupe de Ville swells until we cut to a flashback of the exterior Coupe de Ville night. Camera sits on the hood looking down at Mickey and Mallory driving fast in slow motion. A hurricane of wind whips through their hair. Mallory laughs wildly as she wraps her arms around Mickey and kisses.
You, baby, by my side. Your bare feet on the dash. Singing along with the radio. Needles and pins. He's a rebel. You're my world. Roses of fire. Love grows where my rosemary's gone. Groove me.
We dissolve to the exterior of the Coupe de Ville at night. The Coupe de Ville parked on the roadside. Mickey is in the driver's seat with his feet on the dash, watching Mallory dance on the hood of the car.
And you're dancing. My God, you're dancing. I lie in my bed and go over every day, every minute of our happiness. Every day, take a day of our time and go through it hour by hour. I just don't jump ahead, or I don't jump ahead either. I take it as it is, as it comes. I live that day again. And that way, when I get to our first kiss,
We dissolve to an interior bedroom at night. The screen erupts with fire. Mickey and Mallory's faces appear in the flame, kissing passionately.
killing your parents, or wedding, they're not just memories. I feel that joy again.
Dissolve to the interior of Mallory's cell, present day. Not knowing where we are, the camera moves across the wall into a close-up of Mallory.
I experienced a chunk of emotion I felt then. And I no longer am in prison. We are together again. And when my head hurts and I can remember no longer, I write you letters and send them telepathically to your heart.
When the letter is finished, Mallory gets off her bunk and goes to the middle of the cell. She starts moving her body to music only she can hear. She begins to sing the song Groove Me in a slow a cappella, using the cell as her stage and a man who isn't there as her audience. The song is completed in a single shot. We dissolve to an interior restaurant, medium close-up of Wayne Day, holding a piece of paper in front of his face and reading from it out loud. We hear Wayne's voice over Mallory's singing before the last scene dissolves.
After taking a few days to reflect on your offer, I've come to the conclusion that you are 100% correct. A national TV interview would be very advantageous to both Mallory and I. The only obstacle is they're shipping me out to the funny farm for 4 days. However, that is your problem and not mine. I feel confident that you'll manage. Here's to us making television history. Sincerely, Mickey.
Wayne drops the letter down in front of his face.
Am I God or what?
We now see the restaurant adorned with the standard Denny's decorum. Wayne's team is gathered in a booth that surrounds the remains of a greasy meal. In response to his last remark, they all pretend they are praying to him. The team consists of Scott, the cameraman, who wears wild t-shirts, presently a t-shirt with the movie She-Devils on Wheels splashed across the front. Roger, the sound man, who wears wild Hawaiian shirts and Bermuda shorts, and Unruly Julie, Wayne's assistant, a young lady who wears Bermuda shorts, a baseball jersey, and a dark sports coat no matter how hot the weather is at any time. Roger's never seen without his recorder. Scott's never without his camera, and Unruly Julie always has her giant notebook. These disheveled film types are all in their 20s and are in marked contrast to Wayne's stylish yuppie demeanor. Unruly Julie pops the cork on a champagne bottle. The guys hold out coffee mugs, which Julie fills. Julie, however, drinks straight from the bottle. Note, the scene is to be played at rapid fire, His Girl Friday pace.
Drink up. This is a celebration. This is the day we receive word we're going to make television history. We're going to have the first sit-down, in-depth interview with the most charismatic serial killer ever, one day before he's being shipped to a mental hospital for the rest of his life. This is one of those golden moments that happens maybe you will need 4 times in a lucky journalist's career. This is Wallace with Noriega. This is Elton John confessing his bisexuality to the Rolling Stones. This is the tearful reporting of the Hindenburg disaster. This is Truffaut setting the record straight on Hitchcock. This is a Robert Capa photo. This is Woodward and Bernstein meeting Deep Throat in an underground parking lot. This is John Reed reporting the 10 days that shook the world. This is the hippies' bloody palms at Kent State. The Maisel brothers at Altamont. This is the Nixon Frost interviews.
This is Raymond Burr witnessing the destruction of Tokyo by Godzilla.
Everybody laughs.
What's the schedule in mind, Fyodor?
As Wayne talks, Unruly Julie writes furiously in her notebook. She never speaks, just writes.
We got tonight and tomorrow to get our shit together. The day after that, they're shipping Mallory. That's when we do the Mickey Knox interview, because the next day he goes. Would the network really not run it without the interview? Are you kidding? The last thing they expected was Mickey Knox to get up close and personal. They wanted a follow-up episode and would have taken anything I had given them. I'm not going to tell Mickey Knox that. I'm going to make him think his gray matter depends on it. When I told Woody and the brass about this coup, they practically shut a brick. I'm talking an Adobe brick. They want to expand the show to an hour, and they want it on immediately.
How immediate is immediately?
Next week's episode.
Wayne's team all spit out mouthfuls of champagne.
Got enough footage for an hour follow-up.
What he said. Rape and pillage the first episode. Just change the order a bit. These sons of bitches out there ain't got to show the difference. All that shit is just filler for the interview anyway. We film a new intro, show some old footage from the first episode so they get a brief history of Mickey and Mallory. We introduce a new angle, what the prison board is up to. We see some of that new shit when the rest of the show is so interview. Now, what's so fucking hard about that? Oh, Julie, make a note. I need Woody to get me 30 seconds of the Live at 5 broadcast to promote next week's show. We'll do a feed right from the jail while we're wrapping up Mickey.
Unruly Julie scribbles in her notebook. Wayne snaps at Scott.
You too, Scott. Betacam and a remote. Keep it simple.
Scott closes his eyes in concentration and repeats Wayne.
Betacam with remote and 2-day comlink. Got it. How about the interview? What camera do you want me to use?
Wayne closes his eyes.
I see high contrast 16 millimeter black and white. And I mean black and white, where the black's black and the white's white. This is so for posterity. So fuck video. It's got to be film, film, film.
Wayne pounds on the table. Close up of Julie writing her notebook. Film, film, film. Back to
So-
scene.
Unruly Julie's coming with me and planning the interview. You two go down to the editing bay, take the old footage and the new footage, put it together, and see what we got. Get it in the shape so when we finish the interview, we can just stick it in. When do you want the assembly? Tomorrow.
Cut to insert of title card tomorrow. Then we cut to the interior TV station corridor day. The camera leads Wayne, who's talking to Unruly Julie. As they march quickly through the halls, Julie writes furiously in her notebook.
At that point, I'll ask him if he believes in God. If he says yes, I'll ask what he thinks God would make of his actions. And if he says no, I'll say, well, Mickey, what do you believe in? And hopefully he'll say something like live round of ammo, the expression on the face of a man he just split up in the middle, Mallory's eyes, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. He's bound to say something provocative.
Wayne and Unruly Julie enter the video editing room. Scott and Roger are sitting at the editing bay. Everybody is wearing and looks like they slept in. Everyone's wearing and looks like they slept in the same clothes as the night before, except Wayne, who's in another sweater and looks alert and snappy.
Okay, boys, let's have it. Well, basically what we did was put part of the old show on the first.
Yeah, but we changed the order around so it wasn't super obvious.
Then we added the new shit to the tail.
So we filmed the interview and we can just slap it on at the end.
Wayne and Unruly Julie grab chairs and sit.
Okay, let's see.
Close up of the video monitor screen, we see a show rewinding.
Now we got to film a new intro for the follow-up episode, but we put the intro for the first episode at the beginning temporarily so you can see it with some scope.
I hear ya. Play.
Close up of Roger's hand pressing a play button. We cut to static. Then the opening slate for American Maniacs fills the screen. We begin Mickey and Mallory's Reign of Terror. Exterior highway day. Wayne Gale is standing in the middle of an empty highway. The camera looks up from the ground. With a wide-angle lens, he looks practically mythic. Wayne speaks into the camera.
Hello. Welcome to American Maniacs. I'm your host, Wayne Gale, and this is Highway 58.
Wayne walks toward the camera. We dolly back.
To some of the fastest distance between point A and point B. To others, a beautiful stretch of the American landscape. But to Mickey and Mallory Knox, it was a candy lane of murder and mayhem.
While we hear Wayne's narration, we see a montage of home 8mm movie footage. These are films of Mickey and Mallory living a normal life. A. Home movie. Mickey shaking hands with a judge who married them. Mallory stands happily by Mickey's side. B. Home movie. Mallory hamming up the sex angle as she poses by Bob's big boy. C. Home movie. Mallory sitting on Mickey's lap at home. D. Home movie. Close up on Mallory asleep in bed. Mickey, holding the camera, tickles her under the chin. Mallory slaps herself in the face with a handful of shaving cream. E. Home movie. Mickey and Mallory posing with Santa Claus. F. Home movie. Mickey being surprised on the toilet.
After living a very routine, drab, nothing out of the ordinary ever happens kind of life, the sweethearts shocked the entire nation with a cross-country crime and murder spree that lasted only 3 weeks, but left...
G. A photo, black and white photos, of bloody victims, men and women. H. Photo, black and white photos of a bloodstained police chalk outline.
That'd be 48 known bodies at its wake, including...
Home movie footage of Mallory and her parents during happier times. All three are smiling. Mallory's in the middle with her arms around them. Mallory's father is eating a chicken drumstick. Mallory takes a bite of it while he's holding it.
Mallory's very own parents.
J. Photo, color postcard of Los Angeles.
They started their crime wave in Los Angeles.
Wayne Gale stands in front of a Circle K convenience store. He speaks to us.
And they were finally apprehended here at this Circle K in St. Paul, Minnesota.
We cut to the exterior of the Circle K day. This sequence is filmed in 16mm color, cinema verita la cops. The camera runs behind 3 blue windbreaker-clad cops as they run up to the Circle K shouting obscenities. In front of the store, 3 windbreaker cops have Mickey on the ground, beating him with nightsticks. One cop lies on the ground near him, holding his hands over his face, screaming. To the left, Mallory is slugging it out with the windbreaker cop, matching each other blow for blow. Meanwhile, the 3 cops we ran with reach the action and join in. We cut to another montage. A newspaper or magazine color ad for a 7-Eleven store. B, a newspaper or magazine color ad for a gas station. Wayne?
They started off robbing 7-Eleven type stores and gas stations and later graduated to banks and the big time.
Exterior suburban street day. Wayne Gale walks down the street. The camera walks with him. He speaks into the camera.
Mickey and Mallory's idea of an armed robbery was a little different than most. It was an assault, actually.
Exterior 7-Eleven store day. Wayne interviews Bishop, a young blonde kid with a flock of seagulls haircut. Bishop's name appears on the screen. Well, I knew that Mickey and Mallory kill everybody when they're through, except for one clerk. There were a couple people in this store then, and I was working with Steve-O. And I like Steve-O, you know, but I was thinking, what could I do to make them pick me to be the clerk that gets to live? Interior 7-Eleven store day. This scene is shot through the store's black and white video surveillance camera. The day and time of the store are burned into the edges of the frame. Mickey and Mallory charge into a 7-Eleven store, cocking their shotguns and shouting things. Mickey shoots a customer who lies on the ground, screaming. Mallory blasts a female customer holding a big gulp. She flies into the comic book rack. Mickey points his shotgun at Bishop, the store clerk, and screams,
Money, money, money. Fast, fast, faster, faster, faster than that.
Bishop stuffs money in a bag as Mallory guards the door, shotgun ready. Steve-O, the other store clerk, walks in from the back room carrying boxes and wearing a Walkman. Mickey and Mallory spin around and shoot him. As all this mayhem happens before our disbelieving eyes, Wayne's narration happens over it.
They'd storm in with shotguns and kill every customer in the place right off the bat.
We cut to smiling photos of other victims. We cut from each photo to the next photo after shotgun fire. Exterior bleachers day. Wayne Gale sitting on the football bleachers. He stares into the camera for a few beats. Then after his dramatic silence, he talks.
Sick, isn't it? After killing numerous people, they would always leave one clerk alive. One clerk to give them the money and tell the tale of...
Insert a black and white snapshot of Mickey and Mallory standing next to each other, guns in hand, smiling to the camera.
Mickey and Mallory.
Insert photo of Police Academy, black and white snapshot of Officer Gerald Nash.
Patrolman Gerald Nash was just one of the 12 peace officers that Mickey and Mallory murdered during their reign of terror.
Insert a photo, a black and white photo of Gerald Nash and his partner Dale Wrigley, dressed in their uniforms, arms around each other.
Gerald and his partner Dale Wrigley were parked at...
Insert photo of a black and white snapshot of a donut shop.
This donut shop, Alfie's Donuts, when...
Interview with Dale Wrigley. Dale's name appears below him on the screen.
Well, this 68 Cadillac Coupe de Ville pulled up about 3 spaces away. Gerald came walking out with our coffee. My bear claw. When the driver of the car asked him something, Gerald started giving him what looked like street directions. When he finished, the driver waved thanks, brought up a shotgun and...
Photo, black and white, of the donut shop. A wider photo of Alfie's donut shop and parking lot. On this photo, a white grease pencil circles where Gerald was shot. We hear a shotgun blast and a scream over this. Another photo, black and white, of Mickey and Mallory. We hear laughter and a car peeling out over this. Exterior bleachers day. Wayne talks to us.
Apparently bored with banditry and murder, the 2 outlaws proved what Renaissance psychopaths they really are. To break up the monotony in between bank jobs or what have you, they started butchering random whole households at random.
We cut to a montage of newspaper front page stories and headlines of family households butchered by the Knoxes. Interior Wayne's studio day. Wayne, dressed in a pink shirt and suspenders, talks to us in front of a big blue screen that has Wayne Gale's American Maniacs logo behind him.
Unfortunately, the story didn't end with their capture. It just became more surreal. Their subsequent trial turned into a sick circus.
We cut to the exterior courthouse day. The camera captures a crowd in front of the courthouse. A very mixed lot.
As spectators, reporters, law students, tourists, gawkers, the interested, the curious, the devoted, and the demented were drawn to the Los Angeles County Courthouse like moths to a flame.
Interior Wayne studio day. Wayne talks to us.
The Mickey and Mallory Knox murder trial was so event-filled it made the crime spree that took place before pale by comparison. The first point was the decision of Mickey's to act as his own counsel. Now, this in itself is not unheard of. For instance, Ted Bundy acted his own counsel as well. What was unexpected was how well Mickey's performance would be.
Interior Judge's Den day. Wayne interviews Judge Bert Steinsma in his den at home.
We spoke with Bert Steinsman, who was the presiding judge over the Knox trials.
Mickey was surprisingly effective. When I was told I was to be the judge of this trial, and then I was told Mickey Knox would be handling his own defense, I got a headache that lasted 5 days. But at first, I breathed a sigh of relief. Mickey showed up very prepared and proved to be an excellent amateur lawyer. Interior Wayne Bisping's office day. Interview with State Prosecutor Wanda Bisping, an attractive woman in her 40s.
Where am I? However, this opinion isn't shared by the state's prosecutor on this case, Wanda Bisping.
Wayne's with Bisping.
Judge Steinsma said that Mickey showed up very prepared and proved to be an excellent amateur attorney.
Oh, that's rich. Well, considering that Mickey Knox turned his court into a mockery and personally made him look like a fool, I'd say that's very benevolent of Judge Steinsman. As far as Mickey being an excellent amateur lawyer, well, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but when I went to law school, we were taught the object was to win the case, which I did.
Interior Wayne studio day. Wayne talks to us.
The nation caught fire to Mickey and Mallory forever. Mickey and Mallory mania, if you will, as the merits to Mickey's talent as a defense attorney became apparent. Law students from all ends of the country converged on Los Angeles as legal history took a new course. But that was only the lemon next to the pie. And that pie is you, the American people. That pie is the way the strangely charismatic, and make no mistake, they are charismatic, Mickey and Mallory have captured the public's interest, fear, and in some cases, admiration.
Cut to the exterior courthouse steps day. Wayne interviews 3 long-haired guys, Chuck, Steve, and Jeff.
What do you think of Mickey and Mallory? Hot.
Hot.
Oh, totally hot.
Mickey and Mallory is the best thing to happen to mass murder since Manson.
48 people known. They're way cooler than Manson. Wayne interviewing Morgan and Paige, 2 young girls.
What do you think of Mickey and Mallory?
Well, he's just, I don't know, charismatic. They're so romantic.
We cut to a news shot. Wayne interviewing an intense cop.
Here to watch the judge give those 2 shit asses stiffest sentence the law allows. I want to see their faces when the state says they're the worst scum-sucking, degenerate, douchebag, filthy, I don't know, whatever, beep out. And these beeps are making heroes out of sickos. You want to know who a hero is? Well, you want to know? I'll tell you who a goddamn hero is. Mike Griffin. Mike frickin' Griffin is who these misguided beeps should be revering. You know why Mike Jerome Griffin is a hero? Well, I'll tell you why. Because he was killed in the line of duty. You want to know how he died?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you. Mike Jerome Griffin was killed in the line of duty by these 2 anti-heroes.
We cut to a news shot of Wayne interviewing Russell Vossler, Harvard law student.
Tell me, Mr. Vossler, how many days of the trial have you attended? Yes, I've been fortunate enough to attend 2 days. Law history in the making. I've been a participant. And you being a Harvard law student, what is your opinion of Mickey Knox's performance? Mickey's pistolero savvy in the courtroom trial revivals
dare I say, conquers that of Master Melvin Belly. He's like a magnificent loose cannon, firing point blank into the prosecutor's face. It is my anticipation.
We back to the long-haired guys, Chuck, Jeff, and Steve, as Wayne speaks.
You're talking about a man and a woman who killed innocent people.
Oh, don't get us wrong.
We respect human life and all.
It's a tragedy.
But if I was a serial killer, which I'm not, but if I was, I'd be like Mickey. Wayne talking with Marvin, a black man. They're like that crazy mother in the first Dirty Harry movie. Remember that crazy ass mother? They're like him. Mickey and Mallory be doing some cold-blooded shit. When I hear about some of the shit they've been doing on TV, I say, damn, that's fucked me up. Back to two young girls, Morgan and Paige, as Wayne speaks.
We sit in the courtroom all day and try to catch Mickey's eyes.
We cut to the interior of Gold's gym day. Wayne's sitting in the gym. Behind him, Muscle Men are working out. Their grunting sounds fill the background. Wayne looks up and just off camera to the people he's interviewing.
What do you think of Mickey and Mallory?
Extreme close-up of Simon Hunn and Norman Hunn, two brothers bodybuilders in a headshot.
I admire them.
Yeah, I do too.
But how can you say that?
They're mesmerizing.
Hypnotizing.
Have you seen Pumping Iron?
Yes.
Then you seen that scene where Martin Schwarzenegger is talking to Lou Ferrigno?
Yes.
Through the power of the simple word.
That snake-eyed glare.
And the snake-eyed glare. Arnold was able to totally psych out any confidence Ferrigno had.
He squashed him mentally before physically defeating him.
He had the edge. The mind's edge.
Mickey and Mallory have that edge.
Only on a much grander scale.
They hypnotized the nation.
Schwarzenegger was the king of the edge before they came along.
The close-up of the brothers zooms back.
Say this, and yet you two are both victims of Mickey and Mallory.
Camera has zoomed back to reveal that both Simon and Norman are in wheelchairs, their legs maimed or gone.
Yes.
Yep.
How can you say that you admire them?
It's like this, Wayne. Two people are standing in a dark room waiting for the other to attack. And these two people can say to each other, or these two people can't see each other, yet they know they're there. Now, you can either stand there in the dark room forever waiting until you die of boredom, or you can make the first move.
Why can't they just shake hands and be friends?
Yeah, because neither knows if the other's deranged, senseless killer like Knox, like the Knoxes. So you may as well make the first move.
And they made the first move?
Unfortunately, yes.
But you see, that's okay, Wayne.
You?
Well, they passed the edge along to us
How so?
by taking away our legs. Now we have to fight harder to get ahead than anyone else you'll find in this gym. Probably the whole city. They gave us the fighting spirit. Before this happened, I was content. Now I'm pissed off. Now I'm half a man, and I've got to work like the devil to get whole again.
Oh, where am I? But you'll never be whole again.
Never's a very long time, Wayne. A word only the weak use. I'm not a sore loser. Even if I don't have a leg to stand on, I'm going to get up and fight this world till I'm on top again.
That's the Mickey and Mallory way.
And that's the way of the world.
They're just shocking the world to remembering the primal laws.
Survival of the fittest.
One last question. Usually Mickey and Mallory kill all of their victims. Why did they let you two survive?
The brothers pause, then turn to Wayne.
They had us tied down during one of their house raids. You've seen in the headlines. We were taking a chainsaw to our legs before they were going to kill us.
For fun, I guess.
And then Mallory stops Mickey and says, "Hey, they're These are the brothers, hon.
Mickey stops sawing on my leg and says, "Oh my God, I'm your biggest fan."
Apparently they had seen our films.
Well, they were especially influenced by the conquering Huns of Neptune.
So Mallory calls 911 and they take off.
They actually apologize.
Interior Wayne Studio Day. Wayne talks.
Couple proved so popular that a motion picture glamorizing their exploits was made.
Cut to a poster for the Mickey and Mallory movie called Thrill Killers is shown. It has a drawing of the movie. It has a drawing of the movie Mickey and movie Mallory in a romantic pose a la Gone with the Wind, both with guns in their hands. Around them are smaller drawings of cars, people shooting, people fighting, explosions, etc. The ad lines are ripped from today's headlines, the true story of Mickey and Mallory, the couple that live for love and love to kill. The poster lists the credits, starring Jesse Alexander Warwick and Buffy St. McQueen, written and directed by Neil Pope.
The movie Thrill Killers proved to be a tremendous box office success, making stars out of them before they were known.
We cut to stills of movie Mickey and movie Mallory holding weapons, posing together, creating mayhem.
Actors Jesse Alexander Warwick and Buffy St. McQueen.
We cut to the movie trailer for Thrill Killers, a shot of movie Mickey dressed in a fast food uniform.
Meet Mickey Knox.
I'm getting off this minimum wage train. Break my back for you and throw away my youth for nothing. I'm 30. I have a big wall drop down in front of me called the future. Realize I'm doing time in a burger flipping jail.
He rips off his uniform.
Listen to me, Jimmy Dick. I want cash, lots of it, cars, fast cars. And I want it now, not later. Now. I want a whale, baby. Whale.
Shot of movie Mallory on her hands and knees crawling toward the camera.
And his lovely wife, Mallory.
I need you, Mickey. I gotta have you. I'm no good for no one else. When I'm with you, I burn, baby. Burn like blue flame.
Shot of movie Mickey and movie Mallory driving fast and laughing their heads off.
Together, they're the Thrill Killers, the true story of the couple that shocked the world.
Shot of movie Knoxes firing guns.
With a bloodlust of violence.
Shot of movie Mickey and movie Mallory kissing.
And blood unbridled violence.
Shot of movie Mallory with a knife to a cop's throat. Movie Mickey holds a shotgun.
When society catches up with you, I'd hate to be in your boots.
Let me tell you something about society and its boots. It uses those boots for stepping on people like me and her.
We cut to the interior editing room day. Wayne enters an editing room where filmmaker Neil Pope is working at a moviola.
Wing. Aaron.
We
Aaron.
talk with Neil Pope, writer and director of Thrill Killers, for his take on the Mickey and Mallory phenomenon.
Pope stops the moviola, turns toward the camera, and greets Wayne MOS. We cut into the interview.
It's my belief that Mickey and Mallory phenomenon are a cultural phenomenon that could only exist in our overly sexually repressed society. A flower that could only bloom amidst a grotesque fast food culture. And what I tried to do with Thrill Killers was trace the root of the problem all the way down to the vine, to the original bad seed. Yet, amidst the violence and the murder and carnage, we've got the structure of a Wagnerian love story.
Exterior alley day. In a back alley, the conclusion of Thrill Killers plays out. The sounds of sirens and choppers are nearing Movie Mickey, shotgun in hand. He runs down the alley, stopping at a dumpster where the wounded and bloody Movie Mallory sits propped up against a brick wall. On the bottom of the screen, the subtitle appears, Scene from Thrill Killers 1990.
Mickey, honey, listen to me.
Movie Mallory holds out her hand for him to take it. He does.
I can't go. I'm too fucked up.
I'm not saying it's not gonna hurt, but
I can't run with you, Mickey. I really want to. If I could, I would, but I can't. I gotta stay here. But you can still get out of here.
no fucking way. No fucking way.
Or if you stay, they'll catch you. And they don't have to catch you.
No fucking way.
Oh, Mickey, you're wasting time.
I don't give a damn if 1,000,000 United States Marines, all whistling hells of Montezuma, come down here and march this alley any second. There ain't no fucking way in hell I'm leaving you. And that's it.
Movie Mallory grabs his hand with both of hers. She's crying. The siren and chopper sounds are getting closer.
Oh, Mickey, my love, if you leave me, they'll catch me and take me to the hospital. If you stay, you'll make them kill you, and then it'll be like I killed you. I could bear anything, but I couldn't bear that. Oh, so please, 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 for me, my handsome husband, run for your life.
The sirens and choppers draw nearer.
I can't do it. You're my wife, my partner. A fella can't just run when his partner can't run with him. Mallory, you're my angel. If I could have left you, I'd have left you a long time ago.
They kiss.
Oh, well, hell, if you won't leave, give me a gun so I can go out shooting.
Sit tight. I'm gonna make it a little bit tougher for him.
Movie Mickey runs to the end of the alley, peers around the corner at the arriving cops.
Time to get naked and boogie.
Movie Mallory is out of Movie Mickey's view. She cocks the 44, then places the barrel under her chin.
Mickey!
Movie Mickey's busy. He doesn't turn around.
Yeah, baby.
You made every day like kindergarten.
Movie Mallory pulls the trigger. Bang. Dolly down the alley to a close-up on Movie Mickey as he spins around. Movie Mallory literally blew her head clean off. Her headless body, gun in hand, remains upright in her sitting position. Movie Mickey runs toward her, screaming her name in slow motion.
Mallory!
We cut back to the Pope interview.
Why did you kill Mallory? Both of them are still alive.
It was a dramatic license. I felt an operatic love story needed an operatic ending. And the two of them to kill for each other, they offered the death of their victims to each other like other lovers offer flowers and bonbons. So what more natural? What's more organic? What's more poetic than Mallory offering her death to Mickey? It's where it's been leading since day one. You know, we worked in the movie by using what if they had escaped the situation. I think it works beautifully. You'd be surprised. People come up to me at the end of the movie in tears.
Exterior parking lot day. Actor Jesse Alexander Warwick sits on his motorcycle and talks to the camera. He's dressed in a Levi jacket, jeans, and bandana is wrapped around his head. And as he talks, he bogarts a smoke. His name appears at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, one thing about Mickey for sure is, he's definitely a man who has his moments, like he's wild. It was wild playing him. It was, one of those get it all out of your system performances.
Interior Buffy Street McQueen's home day. This interview is shot in Buffy's house a la Barbara Walters. Buffy sits on the couch in her living room with a cat in her lap. From time to time, she sips from her coffee cup. Her name appears at the bottom of the screen.
I didn't play Mallory the murderer. I didn't play her as a butcher. I played her as a woman in love who also happens to murder people. I didn't want her to be at arm's length from the audience or myself. If you play her as this wild maniac, the audience will never ask to deal with her. If you see a decapitation in a movie, you just say, "Oh, wow, a neat special effect." Because you can't relate to a decapitation. It doesn't mean anything to anybody because it's not personal. Decapitations don't fall into most people's realm of life experiences. But if you show somebody in a movie getting a paper cut, well, the whole audience squirms because everybody can relate to a paper cut.
Did you meet the real Mallory Knox?
I tried to, but she wouldn't see me. But I read some letters that she wrote to Mickey before the murder spree. Oh, they helped me out a lot.
Exterior parking lot day, Jesse talks to the camera.
You met Mickey Knox, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I visited him when we were up there in Susanville. He's a little cerebral for my taste, but all in all, we got along.
Interior office day, Wayne sitting in a chair in front of a desk, interviews Dr. Reinhold, who sits behind the desk.
To get a psychiatrist's view on the strange attraction Mickey and Mallory seem to have, we talked with Dr. Emil Reinhold, noted psychologist and author.
Wayne begins his interview.
Can you shed some light, Dr. Reinhold, on why the public has taken a pair of sociopaths so close to their bosom?
Oh, I guess that's me. Well, for one, the media has done a tremendous job of turning the husband and wife mass murderers into celebrities. But it's the country's youth who've turned the couple into the ultimate anti-heroes. Basically, the very thing that makes them the most lethal is the exact same thing that captures the public's hatred, or hearts and mind. Mickey and Mallory's operatic devotion to each other. In a world where people can't seem to make the simplest relationships work, and the slightest emotional commitment is considered devastating, Mickey and Mallory have a do-or-die romance of a Shakespearean magnitude. To the country's youth, 75% of which are coming from broken homes. Well, that's appealing. They have an us against the world posture, which always appeals to youth. And they've taken that posture 17 steps beyond. It's not us against the world. It's we're going to kill the world. They're exciting. I read their file and I find myself turning the page like it was a paperback. Why do disillusioned youths get into Mickey and Mallory? Why do disillusioned housewives read romance novels? Why are you filming this special? Well, because you know as well as I do, you say. Tonight at 9, Charles Manson speaks. Everybody's going to tune in to hear what he says. Mickey and Mallory have chopped the country numb with violence. They've created a world where only two exist, and anybody who inadvertently enters that world is murdered. You're muted.
Exterior courthouse shots the crowd day.
This attitude from the young towards their ultimate anti-heroes is nationwide and spreading.
2 London teens, a boy and a girl, dressed like the Knoxes. The title card, London.
You take all these figures from the States, right? Elvis, Jack Kerouac, Bukowski, James Dean, Jim Morrison, Angela Davis, Jack Nicholson, Jim Thompson, Martin Scorsese. a bloody pile of nitro, and you got Mickey and Mallory. They're like rebels without a cause, except for that one cause. I mean, nobody knows what that is.
Their cause is each other.
Two Japanese teens, a boy and a girl, dressed like the Knoxes. They speak in Japanese, which is translated into English. Continued with the title card Japan. As the Japanese boy and girl speak, we hear
Keep the faith, Mickey and Mallory. Keep the faith.
two French teens, a boy and a girl dressed like the Knoxes. They speak in French, and we hear the translation in English, the title card France.
Mickey and Mallory have a love that's LAMF.
They're super cool.
Interior Wayne Studio Day.
And as to almost give this whole misplaced admiration scenario a cherry on the top, the rock band Red Cross entered the charts last week at number 13 with their song Natural Born Killers, the saga of Mickey and Mallory.
We cut to a clip from the Red Cross video of Natural Born Killers. We cut back to Wayne's studio.
The third wicked twist to this story is Grace Mulberry.
We cut to the front page newspaper. Headline reads, Mickey and Mallory kill 6 teens during slumber party. In smaller boldface under it, one teen escapes killer's clutches. On the front page is a photo of the teen who escaped. It's 17-year-old Grace Mulberry. Camera moves into the close-up of the photo.
Of the 6 teens murdered that night, 17-year-old Grace Mulberry was the lucky one left to tell the tale. And this haunted young lady summoned up the courage to take a stand, tell what she saw that horrible night, and then allow herself to be cross-examined by the man who killed her brother and girlfriends.
Exterior courthouse day. All kinds of people are gathered around. It's a real media event. Grace's sedan pulls up to the courthouse. The many spectators and reporters surround the car. Grace, her father, and Bisbing emerge from the sedan and start walking up the courthouse steps. Microphones and cameras are thrust at her as reporters ask questions. Grace is afraid to face the crowd. Her head darts in the direction of each question, but she doesn't answer. She remains silent and scared.
That's Aaron.
What do you think of this turnout, Mallory? Oops, Miss Mulberry, how does it feel to be the only survivor of Mickey and Mallory's reign of terror?
Miss Mulberry, has this experience marked you?
Some scruffy transient sticks his head in Grace's face.
Did you watch your brother get stabbed up? How do you feel about Mickey cross-examining you?
Grace, her father, and Bisbing shove their way through the crowd. After Grace and her entourage enter the courthouse, we hear the cry of, Mickey and Mallory! Camera whips toward the bottom of the steps as the car carrying Mickey and Mallory pulls up. The reporters race down the steps as they raced up. The Mickey and Mallory fans go apeshit. Mickey and Mallory, handcuffed, are being led up the steps by sheriff's deputies. Wayne Gale and other reporters film them and shoot out questions. Microphones are thrust in their faces.
Sorry.
Aaron?
Where am I? What page is this?
Oh,
Mickey, how do you feel about cross-examining Grace Mulberry?
I'm keen with anticipation.
What do you think of this turnout, Mallory?
I ain't never had so much fun.
A cute reporter, a tawny little type, steps forward.
Do you have any regrets?
Not a one.
Yeah. I always regretted we never got around to looking up more my old history teacher, Miss Bainbridge. It's a big bad bitch. Now there's a big bad bitch not good for herself or nobody. Does that mean? What's your favorite pastime? You mean aside from what I'm being tried for?
Mallory playfully elbows Mickey in the ribs.
I'd say watching TV.
All the reporters in unison.
what's your favorite show?
What's your favorite show?
Have gun, will travel.
Do you have anything to say to your fans?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
We cut to the exterior courthouse day, Wayne by himself standing on the courthouse steps.
No, apparently we had not seen everything. Grace Lovelace gave her tearful testimony, then because of Mickey Knox's turn for cross-examination.
We cut to a series of court sketches. An artist sketch of Mickey cross-examining Grace on the stand.
Grace was terrified of Mickey. You have to understand, most of their victims were normal people with normal lives that nothing out of the ordinary ever happens to.
Mickey, looking like the devil himself.
And out of the blue, they're dealing with the devil incarnate. It was extremely difficult for us to find survivors who would take the stand.
Yeah.
When they knew Mickey would be cross-examining them. Looks like we're going to be taking a break for a moment.
Okay.
Are we? Yeah, I think we're
Yeah, it's about
taking
7:45.
a quick little break. Maybe we'll just start up around.
Page 58. Okay.
So 10-minute breakish.
Yeah, 10-minute breakish. I gotta run out of this library. I'm being kicked out, and then I will
We could
resume.
even meet on the hour.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. See you guys there. This is interesting, man. Totally different than the movie, but you can see little baby Quentin Tarantino growing up. You know, that's awesome. I love it. See you guys in a bit.
So there's a minute left. Looks like in the next few pages, he's only got one short line. You guys wanted to continue on. Oh, there he is. Just under the radar. Okay. Funny how angles can change appearance so much. Looks cozy. All right, is everyone ready?
Yeah.
I'm good. Did you want me to pick up right where we left off or go back a tiny bit?
I'll just go from here. It's oh yeah, I guess it's the start of the sure.
Okay. A series of court sketches. An artist sketch of Mickey cross-examining Grace on the stand.
Grace was terrified of Mickey. But you have to understand, most of their victims were normal people with normal lives that nothing out of the ordinary ever happens to.
Mickey looking like the devil himself.
Then out of the blue, they're dealing with the devil incarnate. It was extremely difficult for us to find survivors who would take the stand and testify when they knew Mickey would be cross-examining them.
A terrified Grace. Camera closes in on Grace's face.
Grace was every bit as terrified, every bit as haunted. But she felt her brother Tim and her 5 girlfriends were counting on her.
We cut to the interior courtroom, court sketch day. Close on Grace, staring intently. Camera widens to include Bisbing standing before the bench as Mickey sits with Mallory at the defense table. Judge Steinsma looks down at Grace. The distinct sounds of a court in session can be heard in the background. The color of the scene fades to black and white as the camera cranes up to reveal the court artist's drawing while court is in session. Off screen, Bisbing is wrapping up her examination of Grace, who's at the witness stand. Judge Steinsma resides at his bench. Camera dollies into a medium overhead 2-shot of Mickey and Mallory, who are sketching on a pad of paper. Camera reveals a drawing of a man stabbing a woman. Mickey is doing the actual drawing, but every once in a while, Mallory takes a pencil and adds some touches as Grace finishes her tearful testimony.
No further questions, Your Honor.
An emotional pause, then silence. Would you care to cross-examine the witness, Mr. Knox? Mickey scratches out the drawing. Still holding the pencil, he stands and leaves the frame.
As a matter of fact, Your Honor, I would.
Note, the following scene is to be played in extreme close-ups. Not once is the courtroom seen in detail. However, courtroom sound can be heard vividly in the background. We see a close-up of Mallory, who grins at Mickey like a Cheshire cat. Close-up of Grace's eyes as they look downward. Close-up of Judge Steinma as he shuffles papers on his bench. Close-up of Mickey's feet crossing the court floor. And a close-up of Bisbing as her eyes follow Mickey across the court. Mickey enters the frame with a pencil pressed to his lips in thought. Mickey is looking straight into the camera. Mickey's POV of Grace, sitting on the witness stand, staring into her lap. An extreme close-up of Grace's finger rolling a large male high school class ring around her palm. Close-up of Mickey glancing to the ring. Mickey smiles. Mickey's POV. Grace as she pulls from a reserve of strength. Clutching the ring tight in her fist, her eyes come up and look hatefully on Mickey. Close-up of Mickey as he walks towards Grace.
That's one hell of a story, Miss Mulberry.
Close-up on Grace.
Yes, it is.
At this point, Mickey begins to pace from right to left, but always remaining in close-up.
Grace. I hope you don't mind if I call you Grace.
Back to Grace as we dolly from a medium close-up into an extreme close-up.
Grace, I'd like to talk to you about your late brother Tim, if you feel up to it.
Continue to dolly. Once locked in her eyes, her head drops forward, and we cut into the interior of Grace's home night. Extreme close-up of Grace's eyes as her head is pulled back into frame. Her eyes are wide with fear. The camera pulls back to reveal a gag in her mouth and a knife pressed against her throat. She's back in the night of murder. Mickey is wearing a black leather jacket over a white t-shirt, which is covered in blood. Blood is smeared on his face, and he's holding a knife pressed to his lips, also covered with blood. But he's walking and talking with the same manner and poise as in the courtroom.
Grace, I hope you don't mind if I call you Grace.
Two-shot, revealing that Grace is bound and gagged with Mallory right behind her, holding the knife and cracking gum.
Nah, she don't mind.
Grace, I'd like to talk to you about your murdered brother Tim, if you feel up to it.
Cut to the interior courtroom day, a close-up of Grace in a daze.
You get along,
Mickey waits for an answer that doesn't come.
Miss Mulberry?
Back to Grace.
More or less.
More or less.
Back to Mickey.
What do you mean by that?
Back to Grace.
Well, he's my older brother. When we were growing up, there were times we could have done very well without each other. But when it counted, we were close.
The close-up of Bisbing listening. Grace is doing better than she thought. Camera pans from the shadows to find Mickey. The pan continues through his line.
I'd like to talk about Tim's martial arts abilities. How long have you been studying?
The pan continues back in the shadows and 180 degrees to find Grace.
Started when he was in the 7th grade, so that would make it 9 years.
Pan continues back into the shadows. Then we dissolve to the interior of the martial arts school day. The camera pans from darkness into a well-lit martial arts classroom in full session. Tim Mulberry, an expert martial artist, is competing against a lesser opponent while their master looks on. The camera pans into darkness. We dissolve back to the interior courtroom day, and the camera pans from darkness and locks on a close-up of Mickey.
When you study the martial arts, they give out belts that come in different colors to signify what level of your training. Am I correct on that point?
Yes, you are.
And what color was Tim's belt?
The style of fighting that Tim studied didn't believe in belts.
Is that a fact? Well then, Grace, could you tell us what form of martial arts it was that Tim was schooled in?
Tim studied several styles, but his favorite was Jeet Kune Do.
Jeet Kune Do. Now, I did some research on that form of fighting, and I found out that Jeet Kune Do was a style developed by Bruce Lee. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. Well, that's why Tim studied it, because it was Bruce Lee's fighting style.
Close of the court clerk's hand typing in slow motion.
Now, I'll freely admit total ignorance on the subject. I've heard of Bruce Lee, and I was under the impression that Bruce Lee was one of the, if not the greatest fighter in the history of martial arts.
That's what Tim said.
So I think it would be safe to say that anybody who studied the fighting style that Bruce Lee, arguably the greatest martial artist of all time, developed for 9 years, that would be a fella who could defend himself. Would you describe Tim in that way, Grace?
Yes, I would.
Mickey points at Grace with a pencil in his hand.
In point of fact, weren't Tim's hands registered as lethal weapons?
Yes, they were.
Close up Mickey's hand holding the pencil.
That means his hands are considered a weapon, like a gun or a knife. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
Close up of Mallory cracking a slight smile.
In your testimony just now, you described that Tim
Camera moves into a tight close up of Grace. Her eyes widen.
kicked me 4 times in the head.
We cut to the interior Grace's home night, the night of the murder. Tim cuts loose and hammers Mickey with 4 punishing kicks to the head. We cut back to the interior courtroom, close up on Mickey Day.
And his trained martial arts kicks had little to no effect.
We cut back to interior Grace's home night. The camera is in low angle as Tim backs up after his attack. We notice the high school ring he wears on his right fist as he steps into the fighting stance, ready for Mickey to drop. Mickey, however, spits out a stream of blood and smiles at him. We cut back to the interior courtroom, close on Mickey Day.
Then, after shrugging off 4 blows to the head like I was Superman, I lifted Tim, 9 years of Jeet Kune Do Mulberry, off of the ground and threw him across the room.
Mickey, with arms raised over his head, pantomimes throwing Tim's body. We cut to the interior Grace's home night, into a wide shot as Tim flies in the frame, crashing into the living room wall. We cut back to the interior courtroom Day, and we quickly pan down a number of items with white evidence tags on them. We stop at Mickey's buck knife. Mickey's hand comes into the frame and picks up the knife.
Then I took
Close up at Mickey as it brings the knife into frame.
this knife and proceeded to tear him limb from limb. And this man, whose hands are lethal weapons.
Close up at Bisbing as she stands.
Objection. Defense is intimidating the witness on the murder weapon with the murder weapon.
Sustained, Mr. Knox put the knife down. Back to the scene, Mickey is locked on Grace.
Had little to no defenses.
I didn't know how you did it, but you did it.
Mr. Knox, the knife. Mickey glances to the judge, then slowly places a knife back on the table.
How do you think a human being could possibly be capable of doing something like that?
Mickey locks eyes with Grace.
I don't know.
Mickey's on top of her.
Now, I don't believe that, Grace. I think you have a definite opinion on how I was able to do those things that you described. Now, I'm going to ask you again, and I want you to remember that you are under oath.
Grace collects herself.
In your opinion, Miss Mulberry, how was I able to murder your brother Tim in the manner that you described?
Close on Bisbing, looking on for an answer. The judge looks down at Grace. Grace looks back into her open palm, close up on that ring. Back to Mickey, bearing down on her, waiting for an answer. Back to Grace as we slowly dolly closer as she looks up at Mickey timidly.
You're not human.
Mickey smiles.
I thought about it a lot. And the only thing I could figure is that you're not human.
Bisbing hides her disappointment by looking down. Mickey straightens up as Grace continues.
You're a vampire or the devil or a monster or cyborg. You're something like that, but you're not human.
Grace breaks down, putting her hands to her head to stop the pain. Close up on Mickey, smiling down at her. Close up on Mallory, smiling proudly at Mickey. Close up on Judge Steinsmith, betraying no emotion, looks down at Grace. Close up on Grace, sobbing as she tries to collect herself by clutching the ring tighter. Mickey rolls his pencil into his hand, then camera tilts up as he leans into a close-up.
Thank you, Grace. There is one other thing.
Back to scene. Mickey smiles.
You're right.
Grace tearfully looks up and meets Mickey's demonic glare as he plunges his pencil deep into her chest. Grace's eyes go wide as Mickey's vicious attack continues. The camera whips to close with Bisping jumping up screaming as pandemonium breaks up behind her in slow motion. Close-up of the pencil puncturing Grace's blood-soaked chest in slow motion. Close-up on Judge Steinsma slams his gavel while directing the sheriff deputies in slow motion. Close-up as the sheriff deputies are running to Mickey in slow motion. Close-up on Grace, a tear rolls out of her widened eyes in slow motion, and a close-up of Mickey as his attack is unending in slow motion. Medium shot. Grace goes limp. As the sheriff deputies reach Mickey from all sides, the pencil breaks off inside Grace in slow motion. Close-up on the bloody eraser. The end of the pencil, Mickey's hand in slow motion. A side angle as Grace's head falls back into a close-up. Her mouth plops open, and as her eyelids close, they pinch out a tear that rolls down her cheek in slow motion. Close-up of Mickey's torso as the sheriff's deputies wrestle him away from Grace. Mickey still has the bloody end of the pencil. Close-up on Grace's hand dropping into frame, and as her fist opens, the ring falls in slow motion, and we close up on the ring hitting the floor and rolling out of frame. We dolly along the rolling ring on the floor until it hits a shoe and stops. An extreme close-up, Mickey's eyes looking down at his feet, and Mickey dropping the bloody pencil stub. The camera follows it in slow motion. Extreme close-up on the bloody pencil stub, hitting the floor next to the ring in slow motion. Close-up of Mickey looking over to Mallory. Close-up of Mallory surrounded by sheriff's deputies. She smiles at Mickey.
Go off.
Mickey smiles and glances for the judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mickey turns forward, still wrestling the deputies. Mickey's POV of a sheriff deputy stepping in front of him with a riot club.
Lights out, prick.
The deputy swings the club. Cut to black. Fade into the exterior courthouse rear day. Mickey, dressed in county blues, is led out of the courtroom by sheriff's deputies. He's cuffed hand and leg. Reporters throw out questions. Photographers shoot photos. Mickey is somewhere else. No mugging to the crowd this time.
After the deadly brouhaha in the courtroom, the judge, Honorable Bert Steinmetz, passed down a sentence that was to make legal history.
Enter the judge's den day. Interview Judge Steinsma in his den at home. MOS shot of Wayne and Judge talking.
We spoke with retired Judge Steinsma at his home in Baltimore, Maryland.
Back to scene, the interview.
Was there any vengeance on your part with your unique sentence?
Yes, unquestionably. After what they did in my court, any judge worth his robe will tell you the same thing. It couldn't help but affect my decision. That's why they have judges. That's why they have, we're supposed to be fair to a fault. But when it's showtime, we have to make a decision. That's why we don't just input all the facts into the computer for an appropriate punishment. I couldn't give them the death penalty. See, California hops back and forth on that issue. Mickey and Mallory went to court when it was out of favor, which was actually good because it leaves more room for the imagination. Anybody could give somebody the chair. When you have someone who deserves to die and you can't kill them, you have to be creative. And if the bastards had let it stand, it would have been the perfect sentence. It hit them right where they lived. Far more punishing than the death sentence.
Would you please describe for our viewers what your sentence was?
Well, in a rogues gallery of killers, Mickey and Mallory are very unique. I've seen a lot of killers in my day, and they're a cold lot. They have no more feelings about taking a person's life than squashing a tiny bug. It's all the same to them. While Mickey and Mallory were that kill 'em to watch their expression change attitude, personified, except with each other. And since they lived only for each other, I wanted to attack that at its very root. So, in a nutshell, my sentence was double life for each without any possibility for parole. That would be fairly standard in their case. The twist that I added was that the husband and wife would have no contact or correspondence with each other for the rest of their lives, and they would never receive any word or information about the other. So basically, once the cell door slams shut, Mickey and Mallory will completely disappear from each other's life. They'll never even know when the other dies. But alas, the best laid plans of mice and men. We cut to the exterior courthouse rear day. Mallory, in tears, hysterically actually, is cuffed hand and foot and being dragged by sheriff's deputies into the prison bus. Reporters throw out questions. Photographers shoot photos. TV news people capture the moment on video. The bus pulls out onto the street. We cut to an insert photo of Mickey in prison uniform being led by guards. Insert a photo. Shot through the bars of Mallory in her cell. Her back is to the camera.
The sentence was never to reach that point because after only a year, Mickey and Mallory created so much mayhem that it was decided.
Insert front page of newspaper. Mickey and Mallory to be transferred to asylum.
That they were mentally ill and needed to be transferred to a state mental hospital.
Camera moves into the picture of Mickey and Mallory on the front page of the newspaper. We cut to an insert photo of Dwight McCluskey.
We talked with Dwight McCluskey, chairman of the California State Prison Board, about this curious turn of events in the Mickey and Mallory case.
Interior McCluskey's office day. Wayne's interviewing McCluskey.
Why are Mickey and Mallory being moved to an asylum, and who made that decision?
The prison board made the decision, a board to which I belong. We're the who. The why is simple. Mickey and Mallory are mentally ill and need to be under a doctor's care, where hopefully they'll receive the help they need.
Mickey and Mallory were deemed competent in a mental examination before their trial. I'm confused. What's changed?
Well, since that time, they've killed one person during their trial. And since their incarceration, they've killed one psychologist along with several guards and inmates.
When they were found competent before, they had already killed 50 people. Other than the fact they're a disciplinary problem, which frankly shouldn't surprise anyone, I still don't see where the situation is any different than it was before. So I ask you again, Mr. McCluskey, what's changed?
What's changed, Mr. Gale, is our minds. We felt they were competent a year ago. A year has passed, sir. A year where they were under close observation, day in and day out, and their behavior has led us to believe we were wrong.
Who is we?
The prison board and the doctors who examined them.
Were any of the doctors who made the first evaluation on the Knox's mental state asked to re-examine them?
Using the same doctors is not common practice.
I take it by your answer it was a whole new team?
Now that you bring it up, yes, they were different men. I hadn't really thought that much about it. Well, since many psychiatric opinions are, by a rule, sought out for this kind of situation, what do you think normally happens? The Knoxes are assigned a family psychologist that takes care of them throughout the rest of their lives. The state doesn't work like that.
Insert photo of Dr. Albert Rodriguez.
The two psychiatric opinions the board sought were those of Albert Rodriguez
Insert photo of Dr. Felix Vargas.
and Dr. Felix Vargas. Both of the good doctors, for whatever reason, refused to be interviewed.
Interior Dr. Reingold's office day. Back with Dr. Reingold, he's laughing.
It's a funny situation, actually. If anyone besides Mickey and Mallory give a damn, what the prison board is doing would be considered an outrage. The prison board is basically saying, we can't handle these guys. They've moved them around twice since their sentence started. They were a handful everywhere they went. Now, the prisons they're at now want them out of there, but no other prison's going to be stupid enough to take them. So the prison board is left scratching their heads, wondering what they're going to do. Well, what they decided to do is set up the kangaroo medical court that found them crazy. Then they get them transferred to Nystrom Medical Asylum, or Lobotomy Bay, as it's referred to in the psychiatric circle. Put them on a strict dope and electroshock diet. Mickey and Mallory cease to be a problem to anyone except the orderlies who clean out the bedpans, which, well, if you want to see them get theirs, that's all well and good. But there's something being said here. Forget the immortality for a second. Forget the corruption and the skullduggery involved. What the board is saying is, we give up. Mickey and Mallory ran amok there too. All the powers that be can't deal with these two kids. And whatever can't be assimilated has to be terminated.
So, in your opinion, Mickey and Mallory are not insane?
Insane? No. Psychotic? Yes. A menace to living creatures? Yes. But to suggest they're insane, well, it gives the impression that they don't know right from wrong. Mickey and Mallory know the difference between right and wrong. They just don't give a damn. Oh, you're frozen. Or you're muted. You're muted, Kat.
Freeze frame on Dr. Reinhold. Interior editing bay day. Wayne's just finishing viewing the show. He puts his hand on Scott and Roger's shoulders.
Good work, my brothers. Fan-fucking-tastic. I think that interview stuff's too long. We can lose some of that. Keep the girls, keep the long hairs, keep the Hun brothers, keep the black guy, keep the movie shit, and keep the cop at the donut shop. Lose the rest. And cut the interview with the prison board fellow before that. Cut it after I ask. I take it by your answer it was a whole new team. Don't even let him answer. Fuck them. Then cut to me talking about the two chicken shit psychiatrics and straight into Dr. Reinhold laughing. Okay.
Wayne puts his arm around unruly Julie.
Children, we have a show. You two get some long, well overdue sleep, because tomorrow, bright and early, county jail, and then Journey's End. Mickey Knox.
Cut to title card, tomorrow, bright and early. Interior Mickey's cell day. Mickey's pacing back and forth in his cell, trying out different jokes.
You know, oh, wait. There's this Italian guy, a French guy, and a Polish guy. And they're all talking about, you know, how they fuck their wives. You know, I'm gonna rip your dress off, and squeeze your titties. Then that little Red Riding Hood whips out her 357, sticks it in the big bad wolf's face, and says, "No, you're not. You're not gonna eat me. Just like the story says.
Jump cut.
Or you're gonna eat me."
Yeah, go ahead.
Fairy boots. I knew things were good in here, but I didn't know we had our own navy.
Jump cut to Mickey later.
So this guy wants to take little Johnny's sister to the drive-in, but the mother says, "Oh, only if you take little Johnny along."
Jump cut to Mickey later.
And the Polish guy says, "That's nothing. When I get through with my Hannah, I get up, wipe my dick off on the curtains, and she hits the roof."
Jump cut to Mickey later, pretending he's calming down a hysterical audience.
No, please. Thank you. You're too kind. No, please.
Interior news van moving day. Through Scott's camera, we're filming this in black and white 16 millimeter. Note, every time we're viewing through Scott's camera, we are filming handheld in 16 millimeter black and white. Until otherwise specified, the shots stay in Scott's camera. Scott's filming the back of the news van. Roger is sitting in the back eating donuts, as is Wayne. Unruly Julie is out front, driving.
Oh, how's it working, Scotty? Perfecto.
Roger's picking through a box of donuts. Scott pans over to him, then slowly zooms in on him.
Where the frick's the chocolate cream donut filled? Did anyone get my chocolate cream filled? And if you did, it's mine.
Close up on Roger looking into the camera.
I pointed at the chocolate cream filled. You saw me do it, didn't you?
Wayne starts talking. We pan from Roger to a close-up of Wayne.
You were there? Did you see him put it in a box?
We pan to a close-up of Roger.
At the time, I was too busy explaining to Scott the finer points of the film.
We shoot back to a wide shot.
Yeah, right. You know what he said? He said Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom is Spielberg's best film.
Wayne starts laughing. We hear Scott laugh too.
You can't be serious.
Well, I'm about as serious as I am about going back to that donut store and dipping that stupid Mexican's head in the batter for forgetting my chocolate cream filled. Give me that other box.
This is dozens for Mickey.
That dumbass probably put my chocolate cream filled in there by mistake.
Roger, no.
Oh, what's the big deal? Take out my chocolate cream filled. Put one of these roasted coconut.
Roger, do you understand what the word no means? It's important we establish a rapport. Something as simple as a dozen donuts can mean the world to somebody who hasn't had a donut in a year.
So you're giving a man who butchers whole families, little babies included, my chocolate cream filled.
Unruly Julie honks the horn. Wayne gets up and looks out the windshield.
Okay, guys, we're here. LA County Jail. Julie, just park in the front.
Wayne.
Roger, I'm starting to get pissed. Just drop this fucking donut shit and gather your gear.
The van stops. Wayne slides open the panel door and steps out. Exterior Los Angeles County Jail, back to 35 millimeter in color. Wayne hops out of the van and is approached by Superintendent Phil Wurlitzer, who's followed by 2 deputy sheriffs.
Here's a welcome wagon.
Wurlitzer reaches him and shakes Wayne's hand. Hello, Mr. Gale. I'm Phil Wurlitzer. We talked on the phone. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Same here. Let me introduce my crew. Scott, Roger, and Unruly Julie. I'm sorry, what's your title again?
I'm the superintendent here at LA County Jail. Me and my deputies are who you'll be working with while you're here.
That sounds great. Look, I don't want any of this to intimidate you. This is not going to be a big deal. This is going to be very easy. I need to talk with Mr. Wurlitzer. You guys get the equipment ready, power up the van, and confirm a transmission code for the remote. Julie, come with me.
Julie tosses the keys to Roger and shadows Wayne as he speaks confidentially to Wurlitzer.
The main thing I need is a big room, shut off from the population, so we can get some privacy with a few electrical outlets.
Interior supply room day. Wayne and his crew have set up in the big food supply room off of the cafeteria. Being big, roomy, and unpopulated, it's perfect for an interview. There's 8 LA County deputy sheriffs around the room along with Wurlitzer. Roger is setting up his sound equipment while Unruly Julie is checking her notebook. Wurlitzer and a few deputies talk amongst themselves. The camera moves from person to person without cutting. This is just for an interview. I was on the set of Dukes of Hazzards once. It was a much bigger deal than this. They had a crew of maybe 75 people. The camera moves to Wayne and Scott.
We're going to be talking over here, but I want enough freedom so if I want to get up and move around, we can.
Wayne grabs Scott and walks him to the left.
Take him and walk him over this way. Okay, so Mickey, killing Mallory's parents, what the hell was that all about? Then maybe we'll take him to the window.
He walks Scott to the window.
So, Mickey, if you were let out of jail today, what's the first thing you'd do? Little shit like that. I don't want to have to feel like I got to stay in the chairs. We're after a cinema verite. Anything can happen. Truth 24 times a second kind of feel.
End of a single shot. Can you scroll up? Thank you. Wurlitzer's talking with deputies. And when it's lunchtime, they don't just go to McDonald's. They've got cooks there serving great food. Swedish meatballs. Wayne walks over to Wurlitzer and deputies. How's everything coming, Mr. Gale?
Everything's coming along just fine. Phil, I wanted to know if I could have a small word with you.
By all means. Wayne puts his hands on Wurlitzer's shoulder. They walk around the room.
You met the kids I have working for me. Great bunch, aren't they?
Oh, yes, indeed. Top flight.
Scott, genius cameraman. Rogers, magician with sound. Unruly Julie, I could sooner do without my arm than Unruly Julie.
Is that a real name?
Just a little nickname. Yep, they're my kids, and they're all I need. After working together these past couple of years, we're like a well-oiled machinery. More like a Formula race car. No, scratch that one too. Is what we're really like is a Swiss watch. Small, intricate, compact. It shouldn't work as well as it does, but it does because of the craftsmanship, the expertise, and the artist's loving hand.
Wayne gives Wurlitzer a moment to digest this. I see.
Now, Phil, I don't know if you've ever been on a set before.
You know, I was.
Oh, really?
I was on the Dukes of Hazzard set about 8 years ago.
Oh, well, small world. Well, then you know firsthand how Hollywood does things. Lights all over the place, generators, 150 crew members.
Oh, that Dukes of Hazzard show. There was probably 95 people there, maybe more.
Oh, see what I mean? It's a funny business, isn't it?
Sure is.
They got an asshole over here, an asshole sitting down reading a magazine over there, an asshole perched up there, assholes everywhere. Hey, maybe if we were doing that kiss, kiss, bang, bang stuff, we'd need all those assholes too. What we're about is intimacy. We're about two people having a conversation. Say I was interviewing you. All I want you to worry about is what I ask you. I want a trust to develop. If you're thinking about all this, you're not going to relax. A trust won't develop. We'll be talking at each other instead of to each other. There'll just be no chance for intimacy.
Wayne gives Wurlitzer a chance to take this in.
That's why my crew is only 3, an invisible 3. Which brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about. I have to get Mickey Knox to relax. Mickey Knox to share what he's never shared before. Mickey Knox to open doors which till today have been closed. Well, how can we expect him to do that when we got Los Angeles County deputy sheriffs up the ass?
Suddenly, things get short between the two men. Well, just what the hell do you expect me to do?
Lose him.
Mr. Gale, do you have the slightest idea of how dangerous Knox is?
Mr. Wurlitzer, I assure you, I am very familiar with Mickey Knox's career.
Now they're out and out angry. Since he and his wife have been in custody, they've killed.
Don't recite the facts to me. I'm sure I know him better than you do.
Well, let me let you in on one fact you obviously don't know. If I were to take my men away, Mickey Knox would snap your neck like a twig.
1, I can take care of myself. I grew up in a tough neighborhood, and I've handled some pretty rough customers in my day. Mickey Knox doesn't scare me. 2, I'm a journalist, and I'm prepared to take that risk. 3, it ain't gonna happen. Believe me when I tell you, it is in Mickey Knox's own best interest to play this game according to Hoyle. Wait a minute. We've gotten into an adversary relationship here, which is not what I want. But seriously, Phil, look at this.
Wayne scans the room, counting the deputy sheriffs.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, Jesus Christ, Phil, that's too much. Let's lose some of these guys.
Wayne, if it were anybody else.
Phil, I'm just scared he's going to clam up on me with all these sheriffs all over the place. They hate him. He hates them. What kind of intimacy am I going to create with all this hate in the air? Even you and I feel it.
What are we talking about?
2 guys.
Okay, I'll take 2 guys off.
No. I mean, only 2 guys.
I can't do that. 5 guys.
3.
I'll cut it in half. 4 guys, but that's it. Interior Mickey's cell day. Mickey lays on his bed with his hands behind his head. The camera dollies back to include the bars of Mickey's cell door in the foreground as 2 deputy sheriffs enter the frame and slide it open. The deputies each carry shotguns and a shitload of chains and shackles.
On your feet. Turn your face to the wall.
Mickey gets up.
Now, what are you supposed to say that is? 5 minutes, Mr. Knox.
Off screen, the cell door slams closed. We cut to the interior of Mallory's cell. Close up of Mallory, Day, asleep in her bunk. The echo of Mickey's cell door wakes her with a jolt.
Rise and shine, Mallory.
Mallory springs out of bed and into a fighting stance. The camera whip pans to Scagnetti, inside her cell, flanked by 2 deputies with shotguns. The deputies are Bingham and Washington.
Beautiful day for a drive, isn't it?
We cut to the interior jail corridor. Day. Close up of Mallory's bare feet walking in front of Bingham and Washington's shiny black shoes. The sound of Mallory's bare feet slapping the concrete floor, along with the clip, clop of the deputy's shoes, reverberates throughout the scene. Mallory walks slightly ahead of the 2 shotgun-wielding deputies when Scagnetti slips in beside her. He lights up a cigarette with a Zippo and takes a long drag.
It's a long trip to Bakersfield, long and hot. Ever been to Bakersfield?
Mallory looks straight ahead.
See, I've been there twice, and I'm not looking forward to going back, but I'm in and out. You, on the other hand, sweetheart, are going to spend the rest of your life there. Now, that's what I call cruel and inhuman punishment.
Mallory shows no emotion, just keeps on walking.
Because you're not going to give a crap. Because when the good doctors get through giving you the zip, you won't know where the hell you are. They'll just put you on a windowsill and water you every day.
Mallory lets out a big yawn. Interior supply room. Day. Wayne stands at the window speaking to Scott, Roger, and Unruly Julie. On the other side of the room, Wurlitzer and his entourage of deputies are yucking it up and occasionally bursting into laughter.
When he gets here, it's no dicking around time. Make him clip a mic on him, then leave him alone. I don't want you talking to him. I don't want you getting into his face. I want you hiding behind your gear. You are invisible.
The camera pans to the door as 2 deputies lead Mickey into the supply room. Mickey is shackled head to toe. It's a wonder he can still walk.
Okay, break.
Wayne's team disperses. Okay, boys, let's start undoing him. 2 deputies hold shotguns to Mickey's head, while 2 others start unlocking the chains. As they do, Mickey looks at Wayne. Wayne approaches Mickey.
Okay, now,
Okay.
before we get started here, sorry.
That's Mickey.
Before we get started here, there's a few things we have to be clear about.
All right, Mickey.
Let's discuss this when I'm unbound.
Camera holds on Mickey standing still as the 2 deputies remove the chains. Interior holding cell. Day. Camera is inside a holding cell, fixed on the cell door. The cell door is unlocked, then opened. The 2 deputies bring Mallory inside. Scagnetti wanders in, trailing behind. Bingham pumps his shotgun slide and places a barrel next to Mallory's head. Washington unlocks the cuffs around Mallory's wrist. Mallory is silent. Scagnetti leans up against the wall, smoking his cigarette.
Bingham?
Turn around and face the wall.
Mallory does. Bingham and Washington move to the door.
Wait outside for a second, fellas.
We're not supposed to.
Don't worry about it.
Bingham and Washington move outside. Scagnetti takes out his gun and tosses it to Washington. Before they can protest, Scagnetti closes the door. Mallory stands in the middle of the cell, motionless, her back to him. Scagnetti walks behind her. Mallory doesn't move.
Want to smoke?
Mallory's steel eyes glare at Scagnetti.
Come on. I already lit one for you. I know you smoke.
Mallory doesn't respond. Scagnetti takes a cigarette from his mouth and puts it between Mallory's lips. Hold on a close-up of Mallory.
I was reading the file on you. You know what it said? It said during your trial, whenever they put you on the stand, no matter what they asked, your answer was always the same. I love Mickey. It also says that when they gave you a polygraph, I love Mickey was the only thing that you said that registered as the truth.
Skagnetti appears at the side of the frame next to Mallory.
Who are you supposed to be? Squeaky Fromm? Is that it? Is Mickey your Charles Manson? Is Mickey Jesus? Is that the attraction? Or does he just got a big piece?
Skagnetti changes to Mallory's other ear.
That's it, isn't it? Mickey's got a big donkey piece.
Skagnetti presses closer.
Can you remember the last time you screwed? Huh? What I want you to do is close your eyes and remember. Remember the last time old Mickey gave you the hard one. Are you thinking about it? Good. Remember it. Don't ever forget it, because it ain't going to never happen again. Because when they get through with all that electroshock crap they got lined up for you two, Mickey ain't going to be worth crap.
Mickey spits a lit cigarette into Skagnetti's face. Skagnetti spins her around and slaps her.
Look, you're going to sit here for a couple hours while I finish up the arrangements. The reason they picked me to be your chaperone is because they know I won't hesitate to put a bullet in you.
Skagnetti has Mallory clutched tightly by her shoulders.
So, during our journey, if any wild hares spring up, better slap a muzzle on them. Screw with me even a little bit, you're going to get accidentally shot. Comprende?
Mallory looks at him for a moment, then gives him a massive headbutt. Cracking of his nose, Skagnetti lets out a horrible scream. Exterior holding cell day. Bingham and Washington fumble with the keys to open the cell door. Interior holding cell day. Bingham and Washington burst through the door to find Skagnetti face down on the ground. Mallory is standing, her foot pressed against the middle of Skagnetti's back, pulling his arms behind him, trying to break his back. His body is bending like a branch, and he's screaming. The two deputies proceed to beat the shit out of her with their shotguns. Skagnetti rolls around holding his bloody nose.
My flipping nose. She broke my nose.
Washington comes over to him and helps him up.
She broke my nose.
I'll fix it.
He grabs Skagnetti's nose and snaps it back into place. Skagnetti lets out another horrible scream and hops up and down from the pain. When the rush of pain passes, Skagnetti brings his hands down from his face, looking over at Mallory. Bingham has Mallory in the corner of the cell with the shotgun barrel placed in her mouth. Close up on Skagnetti, he's got a hand grenade with a pin pulled.
Hold up, boys.
Skagnetti walks to the corner where Mallory is. The shotgun barrel's out of her mouth. Bingham and Washington stand on either side of her, holding her in place. Skagnetti grabs a can of mace from Washington's belt and brings it up to Mallory's face. Mallory and Skagnetti trade looks. Skagnetti gives her an intense blast of mace right in the face, eyes, and all down her body. Mallory crumples to the floor, screaming in agony.
Oh!
Two-shot of Bingham and Washington, looking down at Mallory on the ground. We can hear Skagnetti still spraying her. They can't look at this anymore. Mallory wriggles on the floor as Skagnetti continues spraying all over her body. Close up on Skagnetti, his bloody face smiling. We hear the sound of the can of mace running empty. It spurts to a stop. Skagnetti rises up to the two deputies. He hands the empty can back to Washington.
I want this filled before we leave.
The three men walk out of the holding cell, closing and locking the door behind them. We can still hear Mallory's screams of excruciating pain. Interior supply room day. Mickey's sitting in a chair eating a donut. Roger's attaching a microphone to his shirt. Unruly Julie's applying makeup to Mickey's face.
How come you never talk?
Born without a tongue.
Oh my God. Sorry.
Unruly Julie shrugs her shoulders like, what are you going to do? And continues applying pancake. Wayne and Bullert's to talk.
We got a deal. 4 deputies.
And me.
Why do we make it 3 deputies and you?
Why don't I have Mickey thrown back into his cell and we can forget the whole thing?
Jill outfill 4 deputies and you. I can live with that. We're about ready to go here, so let's get rid of these other assholes.
Don't call my men assholes.
I didn't mean they were assholes. I mean, if they're leaving, get them out of here.
Wayne leaves Wolitzer and goes over to Scott, who's setting up a light stand.
Okay, Scotty, we're stuck with 4 of these assholes. Now, I want to create the illusion that this is just Mickey and I chewing the fat all by ourselves, so make sure you don't film these assholes. I don't want to see them on film ever. Oh, and live at 5 slated our spot as human interest, which means we'll go live at just after 5:30.
Wayne exits to reveal Mickey in the background. Wolitzer speaking with his 4 deputies. This asshole's trying to tell me what I'm going to do in my jail. Fuck him. This nanderfuck doesn't know what he's dealing with in here. We do. And if shit happens, he ain't going to be responsible. We are. So keep your shotguns out, your fingers on the triggers, and be ready to fire at a moment's notice. Back to Mickey alone in frame, sitting in a chair needing a donut. Takes a bite.
Say something.
What?
Anything.
Mickey swallows a bite of the donut, pauses, and then recites a poem.
I stand amid the roar of a surf and tormented shore. I hold in my hand grains of golden sand. How few. Yet how they creep through the fingers to the deep. While I weep. Oh God. Can I not grasp them with a tighter grasp? Oh God. Can I not save one from the penniless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream?
Mickey bites into the donut.
How's that?
Roger joins him in frame and adjusts the mic.
Fine. Let me make an adjustment here. We'll be ready to rock and roll. Oh, the dumbass at the donut place put a chocolate cream filled, and I asked for it in your box.
There's a chocolate cream fill in there?
Yeah. You see, I ordered that special.
Stuffed titties. I know.
Look, I'll trade you.
Wayne enters frame.
Roger, enough with the fucking donuts. What did I tell you? Stop bothering Mickey and get behind your Nagra.
Fine. Roger, what the hell are you doing? You're bothering a serial killer. Jeez.
Roger exits the frame. Wayne grabs a chair and sets it in front of Wayne. Roger? Mickey.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
No.
Wayne grabs a chair and sits it in front of Mickey. Sorry
about that.
We're ready to go here? Yeah, don't worry about it.
We're ready. We're about ready to go here. You ready?
Let's do it.
Wayne smiles and exits the frame.
Okay, people, let's start to settle down here.
We cut to the interior supply room, 60mm black and white, day, minutes later. The scene is now shot through Scott's camera, which holds an extreme close-up of Mickey's eye. The camera focuses and pulls out to include his whole face.
Are you comfortable?
Mickey looks to Wayne off screen and nods.
Roger?
Rockin'.
Scotty? Rolling. And speed. Slate it.
Camera slate reading, Knox interview, roll number 1, is thrust into view and clapped. The camera zooms out to include Wayne in the frame.
So, Mickey, tell us what you do for fun.
Aside from the obvious?
Mickey breaks out laughing.
Yes, aside from the obvious.
Mickey's laughing slowly runs its course.
Okay. Let me see now. What do I do for fun? Does anybody here got a smoke? You guys are driving me crazy with all your cigarettes. sorry out there in TV land. I'm just sitting here looking at these deputies smoking up a storm, and it's really doing it to me.
A deputy comes in a frame, hands Mickey a cigarette, then lights it. The deputy exits the frame.
Much obliged. What do I do for fun? Do I want to know, or do you want to know what I do for fun? Or what I, wait, do you want to know what I do for fun? Or what I do for fun?
What? What you did for fun, for starters.
What I did for fun, for starters. Well, something I used to do. It always was a lot of fun. Well, let's scratch that. Let me think of something else. In fact, why don't we come back to that question? Yes, ask me something else.
Do you miss Mallory?
Of course I miss Mallory. She's my wife. I haven't seen her in a long time. It's a fucking stupid question.
Then was it worth it?
Was what worth it?
Was massacring all those people worth being separated from your wife for the rest of your life?
Mickey takes a drag from his cigarette.
Do you think up these questions? Or, wait, do you think up these questions or the girl with no tongue?
No, Mickey, I can't let you get away with that shit. Answer the question. Was it worth it? You haven't seen, heard, or smelled Mallory in a year. Was it worth it?
Was an instant of purity worth a lifetime of lies? Yeah, was.
Excuse me, did you say an instant of purity? What was the instant of purity? The bodies you left behind on your bloody trail?
That's only part of it. I mean, big part of it. It's only the chorus, not the whole song.
Please explain to me, Mickey, where's the purity that you couldn't live without in 5-year-old Danny Hillhouse's blown off head? Where's the purity in 48 people who are no longer on this planet because they met you and Mallory? What's so fucking pure about that?
Camera zooms in on Mickey's face. Mickey takes a look at Wayne, takes a slow drag off his cigarette.
Where the purity comes into play.
The image on the screen begins to flutter and then jams. White leader fills the screen.
Camera jam, I'm sorry, Wayne. God. Fucking damn it. Mickey, hold on to that thought. Reload, quick.
Interior holding cell day. We're back to color 35 millimeter. The white leader fades to reveal the wall of the holding cell. Camera pans onto Mallory on the floor, splashing water on her face from the holding cell toilet. The pain has started to subside. All wet, she lies down on the ground and sings.
Love is a hurting thing, and it leaves a fiery sting.
Okay, we're up again. Roll it, save the slate.
Cut to the interior supply room, 16 millimeter black and white. We're looking through Scott's camera again on a new roll of film.
You just said an instant of purity was preferable to a lifetime lie. I don't understand. What's so pure about 48 dead bodies?
You'll never understand. Me and you, Wayne, we're not even the same species. I used to be you, and then I evolved. From where I'm standing, you're a man. Or from where you're standing, you're a man. From where I'm standing, you're an ape. I'm here. I'm right here. And you're somewhere else, man. You say why? Why not?
Tell me about the purity.
It's not that easy, Wayne. Donuts and the smoke only get you so far. You're gonna have to do your job.
Okay, I'll buy that. We'll move on and come back later.
I'm sure we will.
Describe Mallory.
Describe Mallory. Okay. See? The blonde hair. You got 2 eyes, 2 feet, 2 hands, and 10 fingers.
Don't play dumb with me, Mickey. You know what I mean. Describe Mallory. What's up here? What's in here?
That is indescribable.
Well, riddle me this, Batman. How do you feel about the fact that you're never going to see Mallory again?
Ah! Says who?
Says the United States of America.
When have they ever been right?
The crew laughs off screen.
Hey, just like Soupy Sales.
Interior jail corridor day. Scagnetti walks down the hallway leading to the supply room. His face is a patchwork of medical tape to set his broken nose. Bloody cotton protrudes from each nostril. Interior supply room day. Scagnetti walks into the supply room. Mickey's explaining to Wayne why he's killed all these people. Scagnetti can't believe what he's seeing. The entire room is in rapture.
One night, when I was asleep, noise woke me up. I thought, oh shit, somebody's broken in. I didn't own a gun, so I had to go into the living room. Just a fucking umbrella. Okay, it turned out to be nothing. God made the noise. Who knows?
How's it going?
Shh, I want to hear this. Wurlitzer sees Scagnetti's bandaged face. What the hell happened to you?
You should see the other cow. What time you got?
2:30. Shh. Camera leaves them and travels the room, steadying the faces of the deputies, Unruly Julie, Roger, and Wayne, as they listen to Mickey's story.
But I came to the decision that I need it done. So the next day, I started off early for work. I gotta stop by a gun shop and pick up a little home protection. I walked into the place and I had never seen so many guns in all my life. So I'm looking around and this real nice sales guy comes up. His name was Warren. I'll never forget his name. He was real nice. Anyway, Warren shows me all these different models, guns, magnums, automatics, pistols, Walters, and I asked to see a shotgun. He brings me this Mossberg pump action. As soon as I held that baby in my hands, I knew that's what I wanted to do, or that's what I was going to do. It felt so good. I could feel it like it was a part of me. I had a mirror in the door. I looked at myself holding it, and it looked fucking good. I bought it. I immediately bought it. Brought in a bunch of boxes of ammo, turned my car around, drove to Mallory's house. Took care of Mallory's parents. Packed up the car, and we were off.
Dissolved to the same scene shot through Scott's camera, medium close-up on Mickey.
Everybody thought I'd gone crazy. Cops, my mom, everybody. But they all missed the point of the story. I wasn't crazy. But I was holding a shotgun. It all became clear. I realized for the first time my one true calling in life. I'm a natural born killer.
Okay, let's cut it.
Back to 35mm in color.
Did you get that?
Unruly Julie hands Wayne a notebook. He starts flipping pages.
It's gonna be beautiful. Super cool. This is great stuff. How you doing?
Yeah, can I get a Coke?
Could I get a Coke for Mickey?
I'm not running out and getting that piece of shit a Coke.
Fine. Julie, why don't you make a food run? What's around here?
There's an In-N-Out burger like a block and a half away on Olive. It's walking distance.
Okay, Julie, take everybody's order. I'll have a double with cheese, French fries, and a large Coke.
Unruly Julie writes down Wayne's order in her notebook, then goes from person to person collecting their orders. Scagnetti and Wurlitzer talk to each other. Are you all set?
Yeah. Bus is all gassed up and ready to roll.
I assigned you and Bingham to go along. In the background, Unruly Julie takes Scott's and Roger's orders.
Yeah, we met. They're good men.
They're real goddamn good. They'll be there for you when you need them. Where are they?
Waiting in the lounge.
How about Mallory?
Cooling our jets in a holding cell.
Unruly Julie walks up to the two men to take their order. In the background, we hear the wall phone buzz.
Nothing for me. I'm leaving.
Me neither. I don't eat meat. Unruly Julie walks away. A deputy yells for Wurlitzer.
Captain,
Yeah? The deputy holds a receiver, the wall phone, in his hand.
they need you. Emergency.
Wurlitzer rushes to the phone, grabs the receiver.
They need you. Emergency.
Wurlitzer rushes to the phone, grabs the receiver. That's in there
No.
twice. Mhm.
No.
Talk to me. Where? Oh, for the love of Pete. Okay. Immobilize the men. I'm on my way. The camera pans away from Wurlitzer to the two extremely curious eavesdroppers. The camera glides by all of them. Scagnetti, Wayne, Scott, Roger, Unruly Julie, and finally ends up on Mickey. The camera holds on Mickey as it contemplates Wurlitzer's conversation. Off screen, the phone receiver being slammed down. I'll be a son of a bitch, there's a riot going on in the laundry room.
You serious?
It sure as hell is. They got guns, hostages, and explosives. The room reacts. Jack, can you stay up here for a while?
Yeah, sure.
I'm taking one of these men. Yates, come with me.
Could we go with you and film it?
Stay up here and finish your interview. I've got to see what the hell's going on down there before I can take responsibility for you to film there. We hear Wurlitzer and Deputy Yates walk out. Unruly Julie walks in a frame next to Mickey. She has her notebook.
I have a 4x4. It's a 4-burger patty. Now, they don't have that on the menu, but if you order a 4x4, they'll know what you're talking about. And large Coke and 2 orders of fries.
When she finishes writing down Mickey's order, Julie walks off silently. The camera follows Julie out the door and into the interior jail corridor day. The camera dollies with Julie as she walks down the corridor. As deputies with shotguns and riot gear speed down the hall, the camera passes Julie and speeds down the corridor, following the deputies into blackness. We cut to the interior laundry room day. Camera pans from blackness to a wide angle of a dark jail wall masked with shadows of prison bars. The surreal echoing sounds of a riot swell until a shadow of a prison guard stumbles into frame, followed by a mob of other shadows carrying nightsticks and bars. The mob catches a prison guard and beats him mercilessly before moving on. The camera tilts down to a close-up of a thin stream of blood crawling across the floor. Fade to black. Interior supply room day shot through Scott's camera, focusing on Mickey, who's standing in a medium shot.
You guys want to hear a joke?
Sure.
Now, I'm no comedian, but it's pretty funny. It's a little Johnny joke. Now, in the joke, little Johnny can't talk, and little Johnny's teenage sister asks her mother if she can go out on a date.
As Mickey tells this joke, he moves around the room. Scott's camera follows.
The mother asks, "Where's he taking you?" And the sister says, "To the drive-in movie." And the mother tells her she can only go if she takes little Johnny with her. She says, "Okay." And then they go to the drive-in movie, and they come back. The mother gets little Johnny and says, "Okay, so what happened? Where did you all go?"
Mickey, as little Johnny, draws a square in the air and acts like he's driving.
The mother says, "You drove the drive-in movie. What did they do?"
Mickey, as little Johnny, acts like he's kissing.
kissed. What else?
Mickey, as little Johnny, starts squeezing imaginary breasts.
He felt her up. What else?
Mickey, as little Johnny, acts like he's undressing. Angel, can you scroll up? Angel? Somebody scroll up.
Angel.
Angel,
Hey, oh,
she awake?
Nope, wakey.
what happened?
We
I think we
lost
lost
her.
And the script
We're all. No.
What's the punchline?
right on the cliffhanger.
I
Something
know.
going
Here
on
it
in jail.
Going back.
Oh, wait, there she is.
Well, look, if she's drinking a Coke in the spirit of the movie. I like that. Good on you, Cat. Ah, there we go. And we're back in action, everybody. Okay.
Papa
So
112.
they took off their clothes? What else?
Mickey, as little Johnny, vigorously acts as if he's having sex.
They did it? What were you doing?
Mickey, as little Johnny, vigorously acts as if he's jacking off. Everyone in the room breaks up. Wayne, the boys, the deputies, even Scagnetti cracks a smile. As Mickey was telling the joke, he stopped in front of deputy number 4 during the punchline. While everybody's laughing, Mickey slams his elbow into deputy number 4's face. Mickey grabs hold of the shotgun, rips it from deputy number 4's grasp, then bashes him in the face 3 times with the butt. Deputy number 4 drops, ugly and unconscious. Scott's camera goes wild. Back to 35mm color. The other deputies react. Mickey pumps the shotgun slide and shoots, hitting deputy number 5 in the chest, blowing him off his feet. He lands on his back with a thud. Deputy number 3 raises his shotgun. Mickey drops to a crouching position and fires, blasting deputy number 3 in the groin. Deputy number 3 crumples into the wall, firing his gun, slow motion. The stray bullet thunks Scott right in the chest, blowing him out of frame. Deputy number 3 drops to the floor, firing his shotgun straight up, slow motion. Close-up of the ceiling being blasted. Chunks of plaster and rock rain down on Sheriff number 3. Scagnetti has whipped out his gun and is bringing it up to fire in slow motion. Mickey, still crouched down, spins towards Scagnetti. Scagnetti has his gun aimed at Mickey. Squatting, Mickey has the shotgun trained on Scagnetti. They're positioned across from each other on opposite sides of the room. Nobody fires. We dolly past the faces of both Wayne and Roger, who are flat on the ground, scared to death. Close-up of Scagnetti's face, then Mickey's face, then Scagnetti's finger, putting pressure on the trigger. Then the camera moves up to a close-up profile of Scagnetti, an overhead shot of Mickey, and the camera moves down in front of him into a close-up of Scagnetti's face.
Looks like we got us a Mexican standoff.
Slide the shotgun over here, put your hands behind your head, put your forehead on the floor.
Or what? You'll wound me? I could blow you in half and you know it.
I've never wounded anything in my life. I got you locked right between the eyes.
Mickey rises.
You don't drop that toy, I'm gonna blow you. Wait, I'm gonna blow you in half on 3. So, if you got me locked, take your shot. 1.
Dolly in on Scagnetti's gun in the foreground, past the gun to his face, and then a close-up of the barrel of the shotgun.
2.
Dolly continues closing in on Scagnetti's face. Wayne watches, wide-eyed.
3.
Hold it. Don't shoot.
He clicks the hammer back into place on his gun, then points the gun up.
Open the chamber. Empty your shells.
Scagnetti does. The shells fall out. The shells fall on the floor at Scagnetti's feet. In slow motion.
Toss it.
Scagnetti does.
Put your hands behind your head.
Scagnetti does that. Mickey, holding the shotgun, walks up to Scagnetti. They stand facing each other.
You ever see El Dorado?
What?
Mickey clouts him across the face with a shotgun. Scagnetti hits the ground. Blood coughs from his broken nose. Mickey looks at Wayne and Roger on the ground.
You guys stay on your bellies.
Sir.
Mickey bends over Scagnetti and takes hold of his right hand.
I'm the most dangerous man in the world.
Mickey snaps the trigger finger on Scagnetti's right hand.
And the most dangerous man and the most dangerous man in the world tells you to do something, you have to think twice before you refuse.
Mickey snaps the trigger finger on Scagnetti's left hand, and Scagnetti screams. Mickey still bent over Scagnetti.
You're the law, and I am the lawbreaker.
Scagnetti's not going to give Mickey any more trouble. Mickey stands straight, looks toward Wayne and Roger.
Donut, get your camera, see if it's broken.
Let me check on Scott. He's hurt bad.
Scott is dead. And unless you want to play follow the leader, shut up and do as you're told.
Roger's checking the camera. He turns on the motor. It sounds like a lawnmower.
How is it?
Not good.
Do you have a backup?
It's video.
Even better. Wayne, call the station. Tell them we're going live or a little earlier today. Make it happen.
Cut to black. Interior jail laundry room day. Wolitzer steps into the black frame. This scene becomes a traveling close-up on Wolitzer that never leaves him. Although we'll only see Wolitzer, we can make out activity in the edges of the frame, and we can vividly hear the sounds of chaos around us. I want 2 men stationed in that tier, and I want men with rifles all along the walkway.
Captain,
Wolitzer walks over to a table and looks down.
here's the layout of the laundry room.
Where do the air ducts lead?
Here.
Problem is, they'll hear somebody approaching that way.
We turned off the power when they took over the room.
We turn it back on. The machines can go on supplying us with the cover noise we need. Smithy, do it. Right away, Captain. Camera follows Wolitzer as he heads in another direction. Jonesy, are the sharpshooters in place?
Oh, yes,
You sure?
I think.
Never say you think when you know or know when you think. Wolitzer snatches the walkie-talkie. Bergman, you in place?
Sure am, Captain. Nothing clean yet.
Pass this to your team. The second they get a lock on a blue, they're to take the shot. Do you understand?
That's a big 10-4, Captain.
Wolitzer looks to his right. What do you think, Pitney? How much explosive you think they really have in there?
Well, it's hard to say, Captain.
Take a wild stab.
I'll say enough to destroy this wing.
The entire wing?
That's my opinion.
Jesus. Cut to a screen filled with static. Insert title card, special report.
We
Interrupt this.
Oh, sorry.
We interrupt this live program to bring you a special report.
Interior newsroom day. The title card recedes in the frame to expose an active newsroom in the background. News anchor Tony Chavez is lowering himself behind a desk while adjusting his earphone.
Good afternoon. I'm Tony Chavez, and this is KKTV Special Report. At this moment, we are receiving preliminary reports of a hostage. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been told that we're now taking you live to LA County Jail, where Wayne Gale is standing by.
We cut to the interior supply room video footage day. Note, the video footage is all handheld and harshly lit unless otherwise specified. Wayne stands alone in frame, moments from where we last saw him.
This is Wayne Gale reporting live from the Los Angeles County Jail, where you can tell by the bloody carnage behind me that the final chapter in the book called Mickey and Mallory has not yet been written.
Mickey enters the frame with shotgun in hand, pushing Wayne out.
Thank you, Wayne. When our little movie just underwent a title change, it's now called The Escape of Mickey and Mallory, starring me, you, Mallory, and this special guest accomplice, Jack Fucked Up Finger Scagnetti. Okay, Donut. Moving for the close up. I want this prosperity.
Camera
Prosperity?
zooms in prosperity. Camera zooms into a close-up on Scagnetti.
Okay, buddy boy. Where are y'all keeping Mallory? I want to know. I know she's still here, and I know you know where. So start talking, or I'll start, or or my first work as director will be your death scene.
He's in the holding cell on this floor.
You're taking us on a hold. Wait, you're taking us to the holding cell now. All right, cut.
The camera shuts off. The screen fills with static as we cut to the interior newsroom day and Tony Chavez speaks into the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, in case you have just tuned in, it appears that a hostage situation involving Mickey Knox is developing presently at the Los Angeles County Jail. Now, we have seen that he's armed, and apparently there has been some loss of life. We will try to reestablish contact with Wayne Gale and bring you more on this late-breaking story. Oh, please stay tuned.
Insert title card special report.
This has been a KKTV special report.
Cut to the interior supply room, back to color 35mm day, with a wide shot of Mickey holding his shotgun. He walks over and grabs the shotgun from dead deputy number 5. Deputy number 5 won't let go of the gun from his dead man's grip. Mickey finally yanks it loose. He extracts all the shells from the gun, picks them up off the floor, and puts them in his pocket. Mickey picks up Scagnetti's gun, inserts the loose bullets, and slips it into his pants.
Okay, Jack, this is what we're doing. Stand behind me, put your back against mine, and extend your arms behind you.
Scagnetti rises insecurely. He presses his back against Mickey's.
Now, if I feel your back move away from mine, you're going to be ripped apart. Got it?
Scagnetti's back to back with Mickey. His arms flank Mickey.
Yeah.
Okay, Wayne, step forward.
Wayne enters the frame. Mickey extends the shotgun.
Keep coming. Put your solar plexus against the barrel.
Wayne does.
Grab his arms.
Wayne does, and Mickey quickly binds their arms together with gaffer's tape, forming a two-man rind around him.
Sitting, either one of you move, it's going to be Shotgun City. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mickey tucks the tape roll into his shirt.
Ready, Donuts?
Ready.
Wagon zoo.
The hostage train starts moving. Wayne's walking backwards with a shotgun barrel pressed against his midsection. Scagnetti's walking back to back with Mickey and his own pistol pressed to his neck. Roger follows with the camera. Interior holding cell day. Mallory sitting Indian style, singing Girl Scout songs to herself and doing hand motions.
Watalicha, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. A watalicha, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Simplest thing, there isn't much to do. All you gotta do is doodly, doodly-doo. I like the rest, but the part I like best is watalicha, doodly-doo, doodly-doo, quack, quack.
The cell door opens and the hostage train of Wayne, Mickey, Scagnetti, Roger, and the camera and 2 deputies they picked up along the way enters the room. The hostages are all wrapped with tape. Close up on Mallory. She can't believe her eyes.
Honey, I'm home.
Mallory runs into Mickey's arms, passionately kissing. This kiss has been a year coming. Now they're doing something everybody told them they would never do again. For this moment, they are the only 2 people on Earth. We're enraptured too. Camera does a 360 around the loving couple.
It's taken you so long to come to me.
Cut to the interior jail laundry room day. A sheet of paper flashes through the frame. Here's a list of the rioters. Camera turns to Wolitzer reading, then looking up. Wait a minute, Bailey. Where's the list of the hostages? I'm working on it, Captain. Keep on it, son. Wolitzer reads the list to himself as he passes. Alvarado, Isaacs, Julian, Martinez, Neuendijk, Olvera, Poole, Ramis, Smith, Spivey, Walsh, Westergaard. Wolitzer drops into a chair exhausted. He rubs his face with his hands.
Oh, Captain.
Wolitzer looks up and then back down.
What is it, Napolitani?
Mickey Rocks is loose.
Wolitzer looks up. What do you mean he's loose?
He's armed. He's killed 3 deputies and one of Wayne Gale's guys. At the moment, he's holed up with Mallory Knox in their holding cell with Wayne Gale, another TV guy, and that cop fella, and the 2 other deputies as hostages. And Captain, they have one of them news cameras rolling live to KKTV. They won't stop playing it. What do you want us to do?
Wolitzer holds a frozen look, as if a fuse is blown and his mind is shut down. If he were to open his mouth now, nothing would come out. He just sits. We cut to the interior holding cell day. The hostages have been cut free from each other and sit against the wall. Roger cradles the Betacam in his lap, rocking slowly as if in a trance, while Scagnetti feebly splints his broken fingers with tape that hangs from his wrists. Wayne is standing, alert and ready for action. As the 2 deputies, hostage deputy number 1 sits in anger, tight-lipped and stoic. The other deputy, Duncan Homolka, is panicked and jumpy. One may never see a more nervous man. Mickey and Mallory stand over them with their weapons drawn.
Okay, we're getting out the door, and we're gonna march right down the hallway and right out of this building. Donuts? Say something about the news van.
Yeah, we have a van
Where's it parked?
out front.
Let me have the keys.
Wayne points to Roger. Roger digs through his pocket and tosses the keys to Mickey.
Hold on, guys. For some reason, it's audio's cut off on this, so I'm trying to play this while also. Hold on just a second.
Looks like he's already escaped out to his van.
Just highlight it when it's my turn, and we'll just go because I can't hear anything. So, Mickey,
can I talk with
to
you alone?
No.
This is crazy. You can't escape like this.
Probably not, but you're giving me, we're giving it the old college try.
We'll all be killed.
Exciting, isn't it?
Duncan begins to cry.
Now, when we get there, you do what I say or it's curtains. If I say move, you move. If I say left, you move left. If I say right, you move right. If I say mole, you dig a hole. You got it?
Are we in a big hurry?
That's something you want to do?
Yeah.
By all means, knock yourself out.
Oh, thanks. Roll 'em, donut.
Roger snaps up and hoists the camera to his shoulders. Video footage shot through Roger's camera. The images focuses on Mallory as she points to Scagnetti sitting on the floor.
You stand up.
Scagnetti gulps, then rises, knowing that he has effed with the wrong woman. Mallory walks up to him with pistol in hand.
You probably thought it was pretty funny, didn't you?
She raises Scagnetti's pistol, aiming it at its former owner. Scagnetti flinches and squirms.
Can you remember the last time you fucked with me? Close your eyes and remember. Are you thinking about it? Good.
Mallory fires 3 shots into
Didn't
Scagnetti's
have a
chest.
hostage. Oh.
Roger's camera jumps and follows the body to the floor. Roger holds on Scagnetti slumped on the floor.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh.
We're sending out a hostage. Don't touch him.
Off screen, the door is kicked open. Roger's camera whips around to witness Mickey and Mallory jumping into the corridor, blasting with their guns while using the hostages for shields. Roger's camera moves out of the cell and into the interior jail corridor outside the holding cell day. There are even more deputy sheriffs in the corridor. Crossfire whistles as Roger dodges to catch up with the caravan. This footage is very similar to Vietnam footage. It's shaky, real, harsh, and it captures a pandemonium of battle. The soundtrack is a mad mixture of yelling, crying, laughing, and gunfire. Hostage deputy number 1 is shot and discarded by Mickey. The wild caravan runs down the hallway, firing behind them. Mickey's hit, but keeps on running and firing. Mallory sees this and screams.
Mickey!
Don't stop.
Roger's camera runs along with them.
Man, oh man, this is better than Vietnam.
More deputies appear at the end of the hallway. Mickey and Mallory get back to back with each other, using Duncan as a shield in front of them and Wayne behind them. Mickey fires from the front, Mallory fires from the rear.
Please don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Camera whip pans to catch a deputy hopping around the corner. The screen flashes white with the blast. Roger's hit, and the camera goes haywire, reeling out of control and thunking on the ground. Roger screams off screen. The camera lies on the floor, video still transmitting, while Roger rolls into the frame screaming. And we lost Mickey.
Oh, get the camera. Get the freaking camera.
Back to color 35mm. As Mickey fires for her, Mallory swipes the camera from Roger's side. The Knoxes start running again, still holding Wayne and one last hostage. The deputies are lying on the ground, wounded and screaming, or dead and silent. Mickey's back. Maybe.
This way.
Interior stairwell day. The caravan bursts into the stairwell. Mickey turns to Duncan, the remaining hostage deputy.
Where does this lead?
Duncan is hyperventilating. Mickey pushes him against the wall.
Where? The ground floor.
Is that the front door?
Duncan nods frantically.
Let's go.
Mickey grabs Duncan and the caravan starts running down the stairs. They go down a few flights. As they run down one last flight, they find Wolitzer and a team of deputies waiting for them on the ground floor. The deputies raise their guns. Mallory grabs hold of Wayne and gets behind him with one hand pressing the barrel of her gun against his temple and her other arm wrapped around his neck, holding him close to her.
Back off or I'll blast him. Back off or I'll blast him. Back off or I'll blast him.
None of the deputies lower their guns, but they appear less likely to start shooting. Wayne screams.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. I beg you, don't shoot. Please, please, please.
Wayne continues begging. Wolitzer steps forward. Now, Mickey, Mallory, just let me say.
Shut up. Don't talk. I don't want to hear it.
You have to know.
I said shut up.
Mallory quickly lowers her gun from Wayne's head and shoots him in the thigh. She whips the gun back up to his head. Wayne screaming in pain. The deputy jumped back.
I mean, shut up.
There's a bit of a silent standoff. Tears are streaming down Duncan's face as the caravan slowly retreats back up the stairs to the next flight. The deputies hold their present position. We cut to the interior prison stairwell day. The caravan goes up one flight, then stops. Mickey and Mallory let their two hostages sit down. Duncan is out and out hysterical. Urine stains the front of his uniform. Mickey's pacing.
Stink, stink, stink.
Mallory leans up against the wall, holding her side with her hand. Blood trickles out between her fingers. We now see that she's been shot. Over Duncan's impassioned clamor, they can hear Wolitzer yelling from below. Give up! There's no other way out! Mickey sits down, utterly exhausted. Mallory sits down next to him. She winces in pain. He puts an arm around her.
Look, lover boy, we're not getting out of here. So I say the hell with going back to our cells. Let's do a Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Run down these stairs shooting and go out in a hail of bullets. But take as many of those mother fuckers with us as possible.
Suddenly, Mickey's exhaustion lifts. He has a plan.
We'll do that when all else fails.
Mickey stands.
Hasn't it?
We still got a few tricks up our sleeve.
Mickey confronts the two hostages. He points to Duncan.
You married?
I don't want to die.
Are you married? Do
Duncan
you have
nods.
kids?
Duncan nods pathetically.
Good. People, we're going to walk all the way out that front door. Now, the only way we're going to get there is if they don't want to kill you more than they want to kill us.
Series of shots. Deputies with guns in their hands just itching to kill Mickey and Mallory. We hear Mickey's voice over this shot.
Right now, I find that highly unlikely. So, let's help them out, shall we?
Back to the prison stairwell. Mickey is squatting in front of Wayne.
Now, say I tell those guys down there, if they shoot or make a move, I'm going to kill Wayne Gale. And then they shoot or make a move accidentally. Now, say by some freak's accident that you don't die and you live through it. What would you do?
Mickey pulls a roll of gaffer's tape from his shirt and starts tearing strips of tape and sticking them to the wall.
What would I do? Me and my entire network would sue the entire Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for flagrantly disregarding my safety. I'd go straight to my buddy, the mayor, and make sure every one of those sons of bitches down there ends up on the unemployment line. In fact, I'd sue every man down there personally. I would make it my life's ambition to bring the LA County Jail to its knees. I would do expose after expose on the brutality of the conditions and the inhumanity that exists here.
Mickey tosses a tape roll to Mallory and gestures to Duncan. Mallory winks at Mickey. Mickey smiles and begins wrapping tape around the barrel of his shotgun.
That's what I thought. You tell them that. When you go down those stairs, I want you to scream that, just like you told me. My name is Wayne Gale. I am the star American Maniacs. Watch every week by how many people?
On average, 40 million.
Yeah, every week by 40 million people. I am a respected journalist, and I've won so many awards.
Are you kidding? I've won the Golden Globe, the Edward R. Murrow Award.
Respected journalist. On your knees.
Wayne kneels in front of Mickey. While Mickey speaks, he props his shotgun under Wayne's chin and wraps the tape from the barrel around his neck.
Winner of Golden Globe and Edward R. Murrow Award, among others. You tell him your name is your name of your lawyer firm, his address, phone numbers. You tell him all about the mayor and unemployment lines. You getting the idea?
Yes.
Mickey stands with Wayne as he tapes his trigger hand to the stock of the shotgun.
Say it. Scream it. All the way out the front door and into the van. I don't want you, and if you stop screaming, I swear I will blow your head off.
Got it.
Mickey grabs the camera and lifts it to his shoulder before shouting to Duncan.
You. What's your name?
Duncan can't answer. Mallory is gagged him with tape. Mallory grabs Duncan by the collar and lifts him off the floor before reading his name badge.
Duncan Homolka?
We cut to the interior prison stairwell, ground floor day. Wolitzer and the deputies are deciding their next move when they hear
Art.
Wayne and Duncan come into view with the Knoxes behind them. The deputies quickly raise their guns, but soon realize if they take out either Mickey or Mallory, that Wayne or Duncan would die. Mallory's right hand is taped to the trigger and stock of the shotgun that's wrapped firmly to Duncan's neck. The pistol in her left hand is trained on Wolitzer. Mickey's left hand masters a shotgun leash on Wayne, while he monitors the deputies with the camera on his right shoulder. Note, the following scene will intercut between video footage and color 35mm. Wayne starts belting out his speech as Mickey focuses the camera on Wolitzer. Duncan simply cries and begs for his life to be spared.
My name is Wayne Gale. I am the star of American Maniacs, watched by 40 million people every week. I am a respected journalist, winner of the Golden Globe Award, the Edward R. Murrow Awards, among others. If anyone puts me in danger, my network will sue the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. My estate will sue every officer personally who fires. The network's law firm is Rollins, Davis, and Sinclair.
Mickey knew what he was doing. This has an effect on the deputies.
Make a path.
The wall of deputies starts moving backwards. The Knoxes and their hostages start moving forward with Wayne yelling all the way. The deputies keep their guns trained on the caravan, but they keep giving ground until they reach the doors of the front lobby and they begin to part like the Red Sea. Wurlitzer stands his ground. How far do you think you're going to get?
Right out the front door.
That'll never happen.
It is happening.
The caravan marches forward. Wayne and Duncan keep shouting their speeches. Nobody dares to move on them, but the deputies keep their weapons ready. Wayne stops his speech to take a breath.
Don't stop.
The deputies are completely frustrated. Mickey and Wurlitzer are nose to nose. I will personally hunt you down, blow the head off your fucking whore wife, and plant your sick ass in the ground all by myself.
Another day, perhaps, but not today.
Mickey leaves the frame. We cut to the exterior county jail day. The doors swing wide in slow motion as a caravan of Mickey, Mallory, Wayne, and Duncan take their first step into the open air. A crescent of deputies frame the group in the background, while Wurlitzer stands, defeated, just behind Mickey. We freeze frame on a wider angle image, which dissolves to an image black and white, before burning into white leader. Exterior woods day. The white leader is disrupted by a fogged image, black and white. The image settles into an extreme close-up on Wayne. He's being filmed by a 16mm camera that he is presently balancing on a fence post. Note, this entire scene is played out cinema verite. The sound is not in sync as Wayne steps back into a medium shot of Wayne and he looks directly into the camera.
This is Wayne Gale. I'm wounded, and my crew, Roger and Scott, are dead. This may be out of sync because we are shooting with a wild camera and standard recorder we found out in the van. Mickey Knox's plan worked. We walked out the front door into my news van and made our getaway. When we were followed by patrol cars, Mallory Knox killed Deputy Sheriff Duncan Homolka and tossed his body out the back. Mickey told authorities over my police band that I would surely be next if they didn't give up the pursuit. While helicopters weren't employed, I don't know. My only thought is it all happened too fast for arrangements to be made. We've just pulled off to the side of the road to do this interview. Tensions run high.
Mickey screams off screen.
We ain't got all day.
Without any further ado, Mickey and Mallory.
Wayne steps forward and picks up the camera, and while conducting his interview, the camera remains handheld. The camera focuses on Mallory sitting on a stump, while Mickey paces in and out of the frame in the background.
Mallory, what did you think of Mickey's plan? Did you think it would work?
It wasn't till we got on the ground floor that I totally realized they weren't going to shoot unless we shot first. And when we got out of the stairwell, well, I remember thinking, oh my God, this just might work. But Mickey knew it would work all along. And there wasn't any doubt in his mind. It's not like there was, and he just didn't show it. I mean, he knew it would work.
What did you think then?
I wondered how long it would be before we get to be alone together. And I wondered if I could wait that long.
Did you have anything to do with the riot in the laundry room?
Haven't you been listening to a fucking word I said? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say fucking? I can't, can I?
Try to keep it to a minimum.
We had nothing to do with that riot. Well, that riot was just a whatchamacallit.
Mickey could be heard faintly in the background.
Intervention. Oh, sorry. Divine intervention.
What he said. We didn't know jack shit about any riot. It just happened. It was kismet. We didn't even know those people. How are we supposed to organize a riot when we've been in fucking isolation for the past year? Oh, just bleep out the Fox and Jack shits. I mean, it's not like we care. If they want to say we masterminded the whole thing, oh, let them. It won't exactly keep us up at night. But you said you wanted the truth. And the truth is, we were just lucky.
Mickey's snapping his fingers in the background.
Come on, hurry this up.
So what now?
Well, now me and Mickey are going to take it easy. I'm just enjoy each other's company. Stop and smell the roses. Notice the color of purple. Stuff like that.
How do you intend to disappear? You're probably the most famous couple in America.
Well, back in slave times, they had a thing called the Underground Railroad, and we got a whole fan club out there just waiting to be conductors. So, you kids out there, keep the faith, because Mickey and Mallory will be coming to your town real soon.
Okay, that's enough. End of the interview. You gotta go.
Mickey approaches Wayne. The camera goes a little haywire as Wayne lowers it from his eye.
Okay, just let me swing around and film myself asking the questions, and then I'll do my little wrap up.
Mickey takes the camera from Wayne, and while he speaks, he balances it on a fence post.
Oh, we're gonna do a little wrap up, all right? But it won't be you staring at the camera looking dumb and acting stupid. Instead, you're gonna be staring down the barrels of our shotguns, and we're gonna be pulling the trigger.
Wayne forces a chuckle. Mickey steps away from the camera into a 3-shot. The news van is parked in the background.
That's a joke, right?
Mickey pumps a slide on his shotgun. Mallory grabs her shotgun from off the ground.
But just wait one fucking minute.
I said I'd give you an interview. Now, unless I'm mistaken, we just did an interview. We did an interview, didn't we?
Looked like an interview to me.
I said we'd give you an interview. I never said we wouldn't kill you.
Wait, I don't know, but I kind of felt during this whole escape that we had a kind of a bond
Wayne is shaking.
that we developed between the three of us. Like, we're kind of in this together, don't you think?
No, not really.
Oh, don't touch those triggers, please. I think I've already proven that a live Wayne Gale is much better than a dead Wayne Gale. I was your passport out of jail, not Duncan Homolka. But me, I'll be your passport out of...
Just save your breath, Wayne. We hate you. If anybody in the fucking world deserves to die, it's you.
Wayne is grasping for anything.
Wait, you can't kill me. Mickey and Mallory always leave somebody alive to tell the tale.
We are your camera.
Mickey turns to Mallory.
Make a little music, Colorado.
No!
The 2 interview subjects start pumping rounds into Wayne, whose body dances like a puppet before collapsing to the ground. Mickey and Mallory kiss each other passionately, then climb into the news van and drive away. Mickey's body lays peacefully in frame until the camera eventually rolls out of film. We cut to black. The end.
Damn. Well, I just want to say before we start the discussion, Quentin, you've given me a lot to think about, so I'm probably going to go hang out with Alabama. We're going to go get a piece of pie, and we're going to talk about this script. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your craft. Thank you for everything you do, man. You provided a lot of joy and happiness and inspiration to a lot of people, man. You definitely helped a lot of people find themselves and, encouraged a whole new generation of storytellers. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing your gift to the world. It means a lot to a lot of people. Anyways, let's do outros and we'll talk about it. I mean, that was a lot different than I thought it was going to be.
All right, I'll just start it off. I'm Aaron Lillis. You can find me at aaronlillis.com. I was playing Wayne tonight along with a few others. And I'm a voice actor. So if you need some voice acting, Hire me. ErinLillis.com.
Hell
Yep.
yeah.
I'm Vicky Dykes, and tonight I read for Mallory and McCluskey and a few others. I'm an actress in Central Alberta. You can find me on Facebook under Vicky Dykes, and I'm on Instagram. I've changed my name to Yoga Grandma 10 because there are 10 of them.
Plot twist. All right. Heather, is Heather still here? No, she took
Heather's
off.
logged off. Heather played
Kat?
Scagnetti tonight.
Great job.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Kat Wilson,
Kat.
Gig Harbor, Washington. When you're not finding me here, you might find me reading Shakespeare with Two Households in Fair Corona. And I think that's all I have to say. Oh, I read Actions and Inscriptions, obviously, and Wurlitzer and Judge Steinsma and a few others.
All right. And last but not least, I believe Angel Peterson, if
And you.
I'm correct. It's still on his phone.
I'm Angel, and I'm on Instagram, probably Angel CDP. It's my initials. I do
All right. And tell us about yourself. What you got going on, girl? What you doing?
I'm too tired to talk.
That was a long one. This has been your host, Clint. I'm in the back of the car. I'm trying to play around with like mood lighting to get more villainous. It's not working, so we'll just give it an end.
Don't use up all your battery.
Yeah. Hopefully not. We'll see what happens, and I'll deal with that after we deal with our fans.
Well, you got
thank you all for
the
watching.
handheld camera feel, though.
Yeah, there's
I
the cinema
got that
verite.
Yeah. But yeah, just out here in the world, living my best life and getting ready to take the next step. And then after that, then I'll take another step and, take another step after that. So super excited. I'm curious to what you guys think, especially the people who haven't seen the movie, because this script, I would say, there's the beginning of the movie or the beginning of the script is there, like the first 3 or 4 pages. After that, there's like the interview scene when they're in jail and the breakout, and that's the only thing that's similar. I would say they rewrote about 100 pages of the script. I'm curious as to what you guys think, having not seen it. What you guys thought.
Well, I haven't
know
seen
we're all
it since
kinda
it first came out, like in the 90s. I remember I had a little cutout of it on my wall. I remember loving it when I first saw it, but I forgot that Oliver Stone even made it.
Yeah.
But it was just so like abrupt and weird, like visually. So the script was kind of, I could see where it is. The inspiration, there's a lot of like that reference to black and white 35 millimeter 16 millimeter split, like we're referring to the old film methods, like make sure the speed's rolling on the Nagra, all that stuff. Like we've got that Vietnam footage reference. Like there's just a lot of like news footage styles, I guess, in the script that maybe carried over, but I don't remember specifically, other than it was like kept switching from color to black and white in the actual finished project. Like that's the only thing that I remember of it.
Yeah.
And just the performance of Mickey and Mallory being so large and bold. But yeah, the script was
it's
very straightforward and through. You can see the Quentin in the violence.
Yeah, you can definitely see his love of kung fu coming through.
Oh yeah.
It definitely seems like it's really interesting. It seems like a very young Quentin, but as I was talking about when we were reading it with Angel, at this point in his career, he had written, I believe, True Romance, which is a brilliant script. I mean, it is tight, it is professional, it is young Quentin Tarantino telling the world, I'm fucking here and I'm going to show up and you better watch out because I'm going to be the next big thing. And then this came out, and it seems almost like this was an experiment of sorts. Like, he kind of had a loose idea, but he wanted to just play more with his writing than seriously commit to a story. That's just my impression. I don't know. Quentin, next time I have you over at my house, I definitely want to get your thoughts as to what you were learning about this. But yeah, it definitely seemed like it was really interesting to see Tarantino, who I think is one of the greatest writers around, write something like this, you know? Anybody else?
I
Cat?
remember
Cat? Huh?
Cat's
Yeah,
muted.
go ahead.
Cat, you're muted.
Sorry, the buttons sometimes go off screen. I can't see them right away. I found it very disturbing to read. I think I'll never watch the film ever. But you know, it's easy to write it off as just a glorified violence movie, but that's not the point of it. And the point is about the effect of the media and how it kind of shapes all of our images and how much some people are obsessed with, you know, serial killers and murder mysteries, and how they take it, you know, how they take it and affect in their personal lives. Like, you know, I like fiction murder mysteries, you know, like all those British like comedies. I hate real live, you know, references to real people. It's just too disturbing in my own personal life. But you know, I think it gets under people's skin one way or the other. And the whole, you know, his whole take on how the media portrays everything, I think comes across here very powerfully.
Yeah.
And you can't do it without all that graphic violence that's in there. You know, it would not be the same film if you left all that stuff out.
Yeah. It's interesting how much it's changed. Obviously I'm not sitting here as like a millionaire making tons of money because of my movies, but I think there are some things in the script that I liked, I would say, over the movie, but I feel like in the movie they did do some things that I think drove the central message home a little bit more. Most notably, the change of making the parents abusers, right? And so these killers were escaping a system of abuse, which kind of brings home the message that they're not just crazy, weird serial killers out on having a fun time, you know? They are, you know, violence breeds violence. And so I liked that. But the stabbing the woman in the courtroom, I mean, that was brutal. I mean, that almost deserves a whole movie in and of itself.
Did
I mean,
did
that
they
is
take that out, or is it in the movie? I can't remember.
no, that's not in the movie at
Oh,
all.
wow. Okay.
And that's intense right there.
Mhm.
And I also noticed, like, with the whole courtroom thing, because Mickey doesn't protect him or doesn't do anything in the courtroom, but it kind of reminds me, I don't know how the times line up, I'd have to look at it, but Cape Fear with Robert De Niro, one of the greatest revenge films, in my opinion, of all time. Super dark and twisted, but he stands up and you know, defends himself in court, which is, I think that's really interesting. I think it's a really badass thing when you see somebody who's supposed to be stupid be able to do somebody's job maybe better than them. What's up?
Oh, I said I didn't think they were supposed to be stupid. I actually disagree with you on something, but I'll talk after you're finished.
No, go for it.
Oh, okay.
Let's have the conversation.
All right. So I don't really remember the movie. It's been a long time. I think I saw it maybe when it first came out, and that was it. but with you bringing up that they grew up in an abusive household and all that, I think it's better the other way, because they are natural born killers and they're less likable. And so it hits home a lot more that they're being sympathized with so much and made to be these wonderful people when really there's nothing that put them there. They are just natural born killers. That's it.
All
So,
right, dude. All right, I can pick up what you're putting down. I
Yeah.
see it. I see where you're coming from. It
Like,
does
they're not
make sense. I
likable.
think that the absurdity of the glorification and
right.
celebritification,
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think it does make it way more
Makes it worse.
powerful of a message
Right.
to say that they're
But
not human. You know?
There's nothing redeemable about them except that they love each other. That's it.
Totally.
So,
I know it's interesting because the movie is very romantic. And this script is very romantic as well. And obviously True Romance is very romantic. And so it's interesting that, you know, Quentin Tarantino wrote two like super intense romantic films right back to back, you know?
I have not seen True Romance to know.
Watch it.
True
It's
Romance is
awesome.
interesting, especially with this, because it's like they're Quentin Tarantino movies. You can tell they're Tarantino written, but they're by
Yeah.
different directors, so
Hmm.
they feel wrong.
Hmm.
Once you know
Well, it's
Tarantino
weird,
and you
too,
watch
because-
these other two, then you're like, something's wrong. The pace is
Yeah.
wrong.
Well, it's interesting because his first two movies are the ones that were made by different directors. He still loves Tony Scott. He was very happy with how True Romance was portrayed from his script and adapted into a different film. They changed, I think they kept a lot of the script in and just kind of changed up the time frame of events. But Quentin Tarantino, very happy with it. This movie, from my understanding, I don't know, I haven't been there in any of the meetings. From what I've heard and from what I've read, Quentin Tarantino and Oliver Stone don't talk anymore. This created a very bitter, I guess, dispute between it. And so it's interesting that the two movies that were done by other directors, one he likes and one he absolutely despises, which is curious.
I'm wondering how much influence Woody Harrelson had, and to have such a strong female partner. She's larger than life in the movie. I'm wondering how much
Yeah.
influence they had with where the movie went when it was filmed.
Yeah.
They're
It's interesting because I forgot to mention that bit of trivia in the beginning, but before this movie, Woody Harrelson's only like real professional acting career was
Cheers.
he was the bartender on Cheers, right?
Yep.
That was he was Woody on Cheers.
He was my
And
favorite character.
and I believe if you guys don't know the history about it, Woody Harrelson's dad was a contract killer for the mafia in real life. I believe he killed a judge in, I can't remember which state. But Oliver Stone saw him, did a reading. His character in Cheers is goofy, you know what I mean? And kind of like a slow country Hoboken who's like
dumb
clueless.
blonde.
Yeah, totally. And
He hides his
Oliver
intelligence
Stone
behind
was able
that
to see this,
persona.
maniacal, evil character that existed within Woody Harrelson and like requested that. And that's super, super interesting, So, and then obviously, I mean, I think, Cheers got him exposure, and I feel like this movie showed his range. And I think because of the two, I think that's why he was able to create such a successful career. Obviously, super talented and probably a great person to work with. But, I mean, yeah, having the option to play both roles so diametrically opposed from one another is really awesome.
Yes. Yeah.
Speaking
I
of
would
Woody's
think
dad, isn't there
most
this rumor
actors would
now
want to do
that Woody's dad is also Matthew McConaughey's dad, possibly?
Wait, what?
Sorry. Like Hollywood
was-
gossip.
There's this story of like Woody
TRT.
and Matt McConaughey are like good buddies, and they were hanging out with Matthew McConaughey's mom, and she was like, "Woody, I knew your dad. Like I knew your dad."
Yeah.
The implication was she knew his dad, and
Yeah.
they were like, "We
Yeah.
need to go get a DNA test."
Dude, I want to hear, like, that would be really interesting, man. And then I think as everybody at Table Read Tuesday, any viewers you want to participate, I think that needs to be a movie, right? Like, we just need to write a bromance story of Woody Harrelson getting to know his good chum / unknown brother, Matthew McConaughey.
I have so many other projects before that one. So you'll have to take this
Yeah.
one on yourself.
I know. Well, once we can program AI to start writing the scripts that, we have for all of the crazy ideas that we
Oh,
don't
we can
have
already do
time
that.
for, Yeah.
It's a
If we don't have time for it, then it shouldn't be produced or made or written. We're not going to
See,
rely
now
on
that
AI.
that is the sage wisdom that you all will get when you follow Yoga Grandma 10. Right?
Yoga Grandma 10.
Oh, man.
And
10, not 7 anymore.
What happened to 10?
There have been many
Sorry,
children born.
there's 3 more. I have 10 grandchildren.
Wow.
When did that happen? Was it triplets or
No, my
how
That's
did
when and not
how
how.
did this jump?
youngest son decided it was time to start having children, and they have 3 that are 4 and under.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
all right.
that's the little one that I met. Those little guys. They're so cute. Oh, sweeties. Oh my gosh.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And that's the
Oh,
end
man.
of the grandchildren. From here, it will be great grandchildren. So
How old's your
Okay.
oldest?
my oldest, she turned 29 this year.
Your oldest grandchild.
Yes.
What?
Yes. That's what, yeah. Yeah.
I know
Siobhan,
Vicky's a savage, dude. I've been telling you guys for years.
it's true. Yeah. Heather, I wish she was here. I remember she won't let me say that I'm old. And she made a couple of times reference to the fact that her and I are very close in age. Well, you said you were born in 87. She was born in 87. My youngest child was born in 88.
Wow.
She has no idea how old I am.
Yeah. Speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. I did want to do a shout out to Heather. This is something that's really special to me. Like I said, this is one of my favorite movies. I love the dark satire of it. I think it's just punk rock in its essence. I think it's really just like, it's just got so much attitude. And anyways, this was supposed to be my birthday treat from everybody. And I just wasn't feeling good. The day after my birthday, we had a bunch of call outs, so we had to postpone it. But Heather was there the day of. We did something different, and she was not feeling good today. And she stepped up and she stayed through most of it, which is just awesome. And anybody out there watching, she is looking for work, and that just shows you the caliber of work you're going to get out of this person. She showed up for me, even though she didn't feel good. That was a super long read, like 4 hours. I want you to think next time you feel awful to sit down and put yourself through something for 4 hours. I just wanted to say thank you to her for that. And if anybody sees this, she gave you her links and everything. She'll show up for you. So that's my plug for Heather for the night.
Yeah, so again, you can find her on Heather Lee Cameron on Instagram, and she's posted the links for
Yeah,
her
and Stormy Latter-day Saint.
for the audition that she's participating in. That's for the audio drama episode she wrote,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which I auditioned for, but I think really it would be better if Kat or Vicky would play the part, not pressuring you. But I tried to do your voices when I auditioned, so
I can't even do my voice right now.
Yeah, laryngitis, man. Oh,
It's so much
well,
better.
that was really interesting for me to read that script because it was so different than the movie that I've seen. I mean, I've been watching that movie on a regular basis for, I would say, about 15 years now. And it was, that script was so different. And it was also like, I mean, Quentin Tarantino is one of those writers where you see the script and you're like, that's Quentin Tarantino. I think at this point, you know, somebody could drop a blank script on your table and remove everything about it, and you would know it's Quentin Tarantino. I mean, with the Asian references, kung fu, his super punchy dialogue that's just right there in your face, and just, yeah, I mean, a guy stabbing somebody in the chest with a pencil in the middle of a courtroom. I mean, that's drama if there is drama of drama. You know what I mean? That's so in your face.
Nothing subtle about it.
Yeah, there's nothing subtle about it. And there's nothing subtle about Quentin Tarantino. You know what I mean? Like, Quentin Tarantino would never write something like The Notebook. You know what I mean?
can you imagine?
I mean, he'll write something that'll.
He did, and it was called Natural Born Killers.
Yeah, totally. True Romance, I think, is one of the most romantic movies of all time, you know. But it's got drugs, it's got gunfights, you know, she's a call girl, you know, that then falls in love with him. It's got comic books. I mean, he has such a funny style. Like, I was even thinking about it too when he mentions In-N-Out Burger. For those of you who don't know, In-N-Out Burger's grown a lot, you know, since that time. And it's
funny,
also
I went there
expanded.
today and I just could tell I was holding up this well, you can't
Oh,
see
did you get it?
I have
Yeah.
was drinking out of my In-N-Out cup.
Well, it's funny because if you think about it, right, back in the 90s, before In-N-Out really started spreading, it was like one of those super cultural references of like In-N-Out. Oh, you have to go to California to get In-N-Out, you know? And like there was this cult following of In-N-Out at that time. And it's interesting. I mean, it's really smart storytelling to take that aspect of society and bring it in. And like he uses the word Soledad, which is a name that's very common throughout Southern California. I mean, his use of just common everyday things is really unique, I think, you know?
He even mentioned Shakespeare.
I caught that reference. I had to think about whether it's accurate or not.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you're the expert, you know?
But I think
by
it's
the
talking
way,
about,
that
epic.
background fits you. Just saying, for all you viewers out there, like, I could totally see you in that environment right there. Yeah. Just like in a van traveling down, you know,
Down this
Highway
road.
66. Oh yeah.
Oh, I love road trips. I've driven cross country several times, coast to coast.
Yeah.
3.5 to 5 days, depending on whether or not you decide to take a detour, you know, to go ride a trail ride or something. But
yeah, totally. I know those open-ended road trips are one of the best. But yeah, this movie, it's all about all about the Southwest. I kind of like what they did. Just for me personally, no knock on Quentin Tarantino, but he does reference like St. Paul, Minneapolis, and all that. And I like how in the film they contained it more towards the Southwest. And the only reason I say that is because I lived there. Highway 666. I used to be a metalhead. I still am a metalhead. I think you're always going to be one. But the fact that there was a Highway 666 and that people would steal all the signs, I mean, that's been a part of my life forever. Driving through Gallup, New Mexico, Farmington. We used to go to concerts in Farmington all the time. Aztec is where we used to go buy alcohol on Sundays when you couldn't buy alcohol in the state of Colorado because they made it illegal to buy beer on Sundays. So it's just like my old stomping grounds, and so that was really interesting. But yeah, like just to see how much, I think this might be, correct me if I'm wrong, Angel, but I think this is the only script that we've read where the writer got a story by credit. Correct?
A writer got a story by?
So the writer of this script got a story by credit because so much of the end script got remade. I think this is the first time we've ever.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most changed script of any that we've read from
totally
what got
Can you
produced.
speak a little bit to like what's different
Between the script and the movie, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, between the script and the movie, the intro sequence is almost shot for shot, word for word exact. The intro scene where they're getting the pie, they kill the people, that's the introduction. I think the only thing, I don't remember if they said it in there, but he throws the knife through the window and kills somebody. That's pretty much it. In the movie, they add in a whole section about the backstory of Mickey and Mallory, which is the dad molests her all the time and, is very touchy-feely and grabby. When you watch the movie and you see Rodney Dangerfield, he's a funny guy. He's Rodney Dangerfield. He's a stand-up comedian, And in this movie, he is a creepy, disgusting, terrible person. They kill the parents, and then they go off on a killing spree, which the killing spree is a place that expands their love, I think, in a really, really good way. And then they end up in jail after they get caught from the killing spree. In the script, after the initial scene, they go into the court, and all of that courtroom drama takes place. None of that is in the movie. Everything that you read in the script is totally different. Then you've got the interview in the script, which I thought was a really interesting concept, how much they explained the story of Mickey and Mallory through this like quasi documentary. That in the movie was shrunken down to about 5 minutes.
Did they also have a
it
movie
was not
based
drawn
on
on for like 40 pages.
Did they
What's
have
up?
did they have the movie based on them too? I can't remember.
No, they had a reenactment. Like when they do the true crime shows and then they hire people to do a reenactment. That's what they do. They don't do a movie.
Didn't do a movie within a movie.
They don't do the movie within a movie. So that's all gone as well. They go a lot into trauma in the movie, which is honestly one of the reasons I like it so much. And about their whole backstory and overcoming the demon and trying to live a different life. And at the end of the movie, they say, like, we're done killing. I think we've got that demon out of us. And that Wayne is the last person. Which that's not prevalent at all in this movie. From the end of this movie, they get away. And probably are likely to continue killing.
With this script, I didn't really like that like it seemed like the opening sequence wasn't their first time killing. Like, I mean, I guess it wasn't because they killed her parents first, but it
Yeah.
seemed like, but I guess that's the thing, that if they're natural born killers, it's going to seem like this is just comes naturally. So even though it was one of their first killings, really, it would have been their third killing in that, based on this script. It didn't seem
Yeah. It's interesting, and I'm just only speaking for myself. But and I don't want to say anything bad about Tarantino. This is just how I experienced reading this script. The parts, other than the stabbing of the woman in the courtroom, the parts that like made my hair stand up and, you know, got me more alert consciously as we were reading the script, the stuff that got me more emotionally engaged, I'd say all of that made it into the movie. And there were a lot of exposition through the story that they kept but did it in a much different way, and got rid of a lot of the, I usually call it like trimming the fat. You know, when you go through your script and you're like, okay, he doesn't need to say that extra sentence, let's cut that down and get just the basic dialogue down so it's more punchy. I felt like in this version that we read, there was a lot of stuff that could be trimmed up. And if you did notice, it's crazy. I'm a big fan of, I used to be a perfectionist, and so it's nice to see when things aren't perfect, especially by somebody as perfect as Quentin Tarantino. The fact that you see spelling errors and, you know, repeats and just errors that he made on a script, you know, is kind of like, all right, well, Quentin Tarantino's a fucking monster and he makes mistakes. So I guess it's okay for me to make mistakes and try, you know? So that was really cool to see, just on a personal growth trajectory, you know?
He taught you even more.
Yeah, he did, man. Quentin, if he was, I feel like if Quentin Tarantino taught script writing, like he would definitely show up in a gi of sorts with a samurai sword, and he would probably use the samurai sword to point at his lesson on the chalkboard.
Piece of
And it's
trivia
not
for you, Clint.
But I would use.
Piece of trivia for you, Clint. If you don't, if this is not common knowledge, I don't know if it is or not, but I have heard Quentin planned out all his shots and his scenes for Kill Bill with Barbie dolls. So he might have done that for all his other stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many ways to do it. You know, I have been avoiding storyboarding for a while because when I think my drawing skills ended at about somewhere between my disillusionment after kindergarten and first grade. And so it's just, you know, horrible drawings. But I've been brainstorming like different ways to do it. I've seen people storyboard with photographs, you know, get an actor, a couple actors together, take shots and just pose them in the right spot. I want him to look like this right when he pulls the trigger, you know. I want this shot of the guns pulling down. Like if you watch the Robert Rodriguez and he talks about Desperado, like there are like some shots in there where he's like, he has to like land on this bar looking exactly like that. And so what he would do, or what some people would do, is just take a person, doesn't have to be your actor, it could be just be your buddy. You offer him a pack of beers, you know, and say, hey, I just want you to pose in these positions so I can explain to somebody the idea of what I have in my mind so that you can see it in your mind, you know? But yeah, Barbie dolls, Legos, stop motion. I mean, those are all tools to help get that idea transferred out to other people, you know?
I
Do you know
have,
what Barbie dolls is? Wait, go for it. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I missed. What were you saying? Do you know something about Barbie dolls? What? Do you have a Ken doll there with you? Yeah.
No,
G.I.
I played with GI Joe.
Huh.
I didn't play with GI Joe. I played with like they had these like GI Joe trolls, and one of them he was all like commando and had like a big cigar in his mouth, but it was a troll. And then I had like a ninja troll. Those were my toys growing up.
I missed out. I never had one Barbie in my life. None. I didn't have those little guys. I only had stuffed animals. And I thought, oh, I'm not missing anything until my other filmmaking friend was telling me that she just had the best Barbie session with her child. And I was like, what? How do you even play with Barbies? I didn't even know. Great storytelling tools. Like, I missed out on all of that. I could have been telling all kinds of stories with my little Barbies, but no, I just had stuffed animals.
Yeah,
Same-
but stuffed animals
same
are a
thing.
whole wild world. Yeah.
I would pray that my stuffed animals would come alive and be my friends when I was little. Yes, I did.
Well, I don't know if I should say this or not. This is another random piece of trivia. I'm full of trivia. No, I'll leave it. We don't need to
Okay,
disillusion.
I am
the members of our-
going to say that at some point, I have to talk with all of you guys about something, and I don't think I should put it on. So I think we'll go offline.
Yeah, we can.
But let's
Good.
finish up this first, if you're good with that.
Yeah,
I
that
have
sounds
a
perfect.
comment to
Any
make
ask
too.
dog?
What's
Yeah,
that?
but I had some comments to make too, because this was 1994, right? When the date on the script and the date on the film, which usually a script is out written before the film comes out, but I thought it said 1994. I know the film is on
1990. The script.
the script is
1990.
1990. Okay, and the film is 1994.
That's
And I think one of the things that it's worth looking at least, is when you look at any film or any movie or any play, you have to look at it in the context and the time frame when it was written. But then every time you watch it after that, you also have to look at it in the context of what it looks like now, to how we would reinterpret it if we were watching it for the first time, for example, today, and what kind of impact it would have. And early 1990s, just for some little historical context, I mean, that's when we had like the World Trade Center bombing in like 93, LA riots in 92, Oklahoma is 95, right? Gulf War 91, 91, in that area. And then the internet just kind of started to come out in the early 90s, and getting some more traction and growing. So, we didn't have Columbine yet. We didn't have like mass school shootings. There were plenty of school shootings before then, but they were more like, a person shooting someone in particular for a particular reason they had against that particular person, a teacher or another student. It wasn't like, let's just shoot up people because we're mad at the world. And after this, of course, Columbine is 1999. This movie came out in 94. So only 5 years afterwards is when we get the sort of growing trend of mass, taking out your anger on the world by going to a mall. And I actually went to a mall today, and for the first time wandering through the mall, I looked for exits everywhere I went. I looked for columns to hide behind in case someone is going to shoot at me. I have never done that before. But that was running through the back of my head the entire time. I'm looking down who might be carrying a rifle or a shotgun. And that was terrifying that I had to live like that, and it's just, I think he does have a point that the amount of violence that we see, it's like this vicious cycle that it promotes, one or the other. And one of the most telling scenes I saw in that movie, or two actually, one was when he's talking about, going to the gun shop and picking up a shotgun, and how that made him feel.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, there's a lot of folks who are making, gun laws or talking about gun things, have never picked up a gun. And, when you have something that can just take away someone's life with one simple little trigger, that's a huge, powerful feeling. The scene that caught my attention was the idolatry that kind of rose up again, for these really horrible, awful people. And yet we never saw anybody in the media talking, against them. There were all of those folks who were like, yeah, they were idolizing them. And like they said at the very end, we have all these fans out here, they'll hide us, no problem, and it's just the wheelchair guys. I mean, they lost their legs because this guy, and they're still, I don't think you can get any more blatant than that in this script.
Mhm.
So those are the images that kind of stuck with me.
Was that in the movie?
Wheelchair.
That was not in the movie. No, that
No.
is just in
The script.
just in the script. Yeah. But it's interesting that you bring that up, because I thought one of the things that they did really well, going back to your point, Kat, is when this movie came out, was there were a lot of really sensational stories that broke. And so they talk about Lorena Bobbitt, right? The woman who cut off her husband's penis. That was a huge, huge story that was going around at the time. The Menendez brothers, which hopefully we'll see what happens in history. There's a new documentary that came out about the Menendez brothers and
Yeah.
the stuff that they experienced and everything. But
I
the
just looked
whole
it up,
story
and
of
the
the
OJ
Menendez
trial was in '94.
and the OJ trial, yeah. Which, I mean,
Hmm.
all those were super big things, and it's people that fucking killed people, and it was or enacted violence on another person, and how it became this media circus, and it was less about the it's if you take a step back from the murder and you see how many careers were made because of that death, how much money was made because of that publicity, how many deals were made, how much airtime was taken away from, the good things that people do in life, the amount of fundraising that's been done for St. Jude's, the fucking community projects that are being built together, the projects, social projects that we have developed to help with homelessness, and all that airtime was taken to sell murder. And I mean, we're still doing it to this day. We're still selling death and destruction. I was literally just watching an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was saying, if you crunch the data on the history of mankind, we have never, including, this will blow your mind, including the Holocaust, including Stalinist Russia and his killing of 20 million people, and the Great Leap Forward in China killing 50 million people, right? On top of all the proxy wars from the Cold War and everything, that was the safest time in human history as far as human population and deaths by war, killings, murders, everything, right? And yet, you turn on the news, and every day it's the world's falling apart. People are coming out to get you, you should always be scared, this is the most dangerous time in history. And if you look at the numbers, it's very, very different. And society capitalizes on that. And I think this is one of the reasons why I love this movie so much, is because it points to that inaccuracy and this fascination that people have with death. I mean, there's the industry, like Kat was talking about earlier, of, true crime and people just watching murder, and you're making this industry. I mean, again, there's writers, directors, photographers, actors reenacting this stuff. There's a whole industry dedicated to putting murder and depravity up on this pedestal in society so that people can get entertainment from it. It's
kind of
interesting.
sick, actually. Sorry, it's sick. It's especially when you have someone close to you who that happens to, and then you see this stuff. Can you imagine the people who were close to those who were murdered, who are in the true crime, and that's sensationalized or
The thing
made to
the
be
thing
just
is I
entertainment
kind of
instead
know
someone they knew and they loved.
I kind of know where that's coming from, and I just want to say, without revealing anything, that to anybody that's happened to, I cannot even imagine how terrible it is. And to imagine something like that happen to you, and then, you know, some hotshot producer who wants to make some money comes to you and says, hey, let's talk about this really horrible, fucking terrible thing that happened to you and your family and somebody that you loved, somebody that you saw grow up as a child. I think it's fucking repugnant. And
You know,
that's one of the
worst
things
thing is when they would go to the perpetrator, the person who murdered, and said, can we tell your story? As
Yeah.
if they are the ones that should be, like, it's the victim's story more than anything.
I know it's, you know, I lived in Colombia for a little while, and I had a conversation with a guy down there that opened my eyes, you know, and there is this fascination that we have with, what's his name? The cartel guy. I can't remember it right now. It's escaping me. You know what I'm talking about? Colombian cartel guy. Why can't I remember? Aaron, do you know who I'm talking about?
The Narcos guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his
Pablo
name?
Escobar.
Yes, thank you.
Pablo Escobar. There is this fascination of Pablo Escobar and guns and money. And that dude murdered people. They're erased families from this planet. I mean, the trail of that it takes for a coca leaf to get into the nose of some rich kid in America to sniff for one party night, you know, so he can have an extra beer with his friends, is a trail of blood and horror, horrific human circumstances. And how many fucking movies do they make about this guy that props him up as some kind of anti-hero, you know? I mean, he is an anti-hero, but it's just like, I mean, it's glorifying inhumanity and destruction, and it's this very sick part of humankind that I think we need to explore, and we need to root it out, and we need to figure it out, unless it comes back and fucking hits us in the face again, you know? If we can't learn to understand this violence and this sick fascination that we have with death and destruction and war, then it's going to rule us for the rest of mankind's history, you know? So that's why this movie's so powerful to me. I think it really does point at something that needs to be examined within the human animal. But that's all I have to say for this. Again, yeah, I will have conversations with people on this line about some things that came up, because I love each and every one of you. I want to thank you for your time, energy, and effort that you put into this. It means a lot to me. And I believe we had some things that we needed to wrap up. So if anybody has any other comments, questions, whatever, please let us know, and then we'll sign off.
I'm all good. Thank you, guys.
Stay on. I'm just